into commercialization, they're built by huge like defense companies or intelligence companies. And so they go on the market and they start trying to sell $1 million solutions or $10 million solutions to predicting geopolitics to corporates. And not only is that not appetizing to the richest companies in the world, it's not accessible
Recording in
to
progress.
companies that don't have those budgets, even if they wanted them, period. So a big thing that the LLM revolution has brought us is the ability to bring the cost of doing this analysis way, 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 way down. We no longer need the same types of historical repositories that we needed to do and then build separate types of tooling to access it. We have ready to go tooling that, frankly, for the providers, costs the price of compute plus their R&D to actually put it together. And so what we're hoping to do is bring in the market products that are accessible across the entire global economy, not just the West, with prices that are accessible. So I think that's a key point. But to your question on use cases, so if you think about what companies typically do when it comes to geopolitical analysis, I mean, effectively they have teams that report to other people. That's really what they do. They have a set of people who are watching, listening, learning. They have to report to other people. Typically, if they want help, they will pay humans to write those reports for them. So I want you to generate a weekly report on the risks in Indonesia for my company, and I want that report to be written as something I can send up to the board because Indonesia is a key focus for us right now. What we're doing is not just automating the analysis, the collection of what's actually going on in the world, but we're automating the production of it. So if you automate the production of that knowledge product, if you automate the ability to see and play with the data and enable executives to come into a custom dashboard that overlays geopolitical issues with their current strategic priorities, you start to get them to develop the muscles that they should be thinking about these inputs. Nobody wants an extra email. Nobody wants an extra written report. You really need to create an environment in which executives are able to digest this data quickly. So we're not just looking at providing written content, but what if I could provide you an AI-generated podcast that's a 3-minute briefing that you could listen to about what's going on during the day while you make a cup of tea or while you head to work? If you're a CEO, you would listen to that. 3 minutes, tailor-made. Doesn't matter if it's generated by AI. Could be in the voice of your chief geopolitical officer, right? If I could deliver you a single image that captures all the risks that are going on in the world, you digest that image. So I think part of what we need to do is shift our mindset towards what is our customer, right? Even our internal customer, the executives we're reporting to, like, what do they want when they receive a geopolitical report? I guarantee you they don't want an extra 20 minutes of reading. And so we need to be thoughtful about making sure that these insights can find their way to the executive in any form.
Right. So therefore what you are saying, the way AI is being used is in more convenient ways of disseminating online, real-time, say to an extent real-time if not fully, relevant information customized for the use of that enterprise or for that industry and for that KMPs. And thereafter, inferencing from it or drawing the conclusion and how to use that to the supply chain or to any other operations will somehow have to be done by them, where also possibly AI will be giving them some kind of help in creating the scenario planning, the modeling, and all may possibly be also done. But interestingly, while AI is being deployed to monitor, AI is being deployed also to generate inferences and do the action and to help organizations. But AI is also a source of geopolitical conflict between major powers. We are seeing the ownership of anything that is going towards the production of AI, like the chips or the rare earth materials, rare earth elements, or even the large companies engaging software developers. So all these are also creating between the superpowers or the large powers some geopolitical tension. So AI is used to monitor. AI could also be a source of a geopolitical conflict between the countries and therefore affecting the companies. So maybe an ironical situation, a little bit of a paradox in it. So what's your thought on that?
Well, it becomes circular, right? AI generates lots of risks, and people always ask, well, how do you solve those risks? Well, you solve those risks with more AI. So I wrote a piece for Harvard Business Review on how, as the cost of lawsuits decrease, we're going to see thousands and thousands of lawsuits automatically generated and directed at our competitors. And the question I always get asked is, like, how do you solve that? Well, you solve that with AI detection systems to figure out which one of these are credible and which one of these is gonna cause you to actually lose in court, which ones of these are spam. And so it's this interesting cycle of AI creates the risks, AI creates the opportunities, AI creates the solutions. It's all intertwined, and I think that's part of what's different about this technology than some of the past waves of technology that we've seen previously. I mean, certainly the internet brought us cybersecurity risks when you started networking. There was the ability of companies to access your systems, but that really just became about detection and defense. The types of AI risks that we're seeing today, whether it's group deepfake videos being created where you jump on a phone call and 9 of your colleagues are there telling you to make a transaction, and you assume it's real because it's 9 of them, but actually it's gotten more and more sophisticated. Like, these are risks that really fundamentally make us question truth itself. And I think that's a different type of risk than we've seen in the past. I mean, when I receive an email from some prince in another country telling me send my bank details and they will send me money, I know that that's not true. But when I receive, an email from a relative saying send me money, I don't know for sure that that's not true. And so I think that creates a certain element of the need to detect what's real and what's fake. We're going to see advances in this, but society is really only starting to grapple with the potential risks that we've seen. And I think, frankly, the US has taken a decision to be in kind of like a deregulatory fairy tale about AI right now, where there's effectively the Trump administration's basically said no rules. And so what that means are the biggest AI companies in the world are actually able to innovate without restriction, because the US wants some potential to win in the race against China. But the safeguards that we've typically seen on this technology are not present. And so there will be a reaction at some point. We will see some teenager with an AI tool will shut down the power grid of a mid-sized city somewhere. And then we'll see some horror at this happen, and we'll have a regulatory reaction function to that. But right now, this is a winner-take-all play for countries and companies. And I think the tools create real opportunities. When I think about Indian technology companies, we often think of the US and China racing on AI. But with these tools, there's no reason why the next trillion-dollar company can't be invented by 1 or 3 or 5 people sitting anywhere in the world. And India has perhaps the greatest number of top-class engineers in the entire world now, with all sorts of new tooling. And it has deep insight about the corporate world, not just within India's borders, but all of the countries that its companies have served due to its global service companies over many years. So I think there's a huge opportunity for India to be at the forefront of this, and I won't be surprised if we fast forward 5 or 10 years and some of the biggest players are Indian AI companies that we've never heard of today, that are only now figuring out the new business models and the new opportunities in society and getting that leverage from these tools to attack the broader market.
Mm-hmm. Moving a little away from the AI, coming more to the geopolitical issue. Now, one of the things when we go around and sit with the KMPs or the board members, we find that the conflict that they are in is that most of the countries, mainly the powerful countries, are in a mode, their government is all in a mode called an economic nationalism, that something has to be done all in my country. My country has to be self-sufficient, make here, sell to my people, so work the resources from my country. So it's an economic nationalism which is going around the world. To some extent, contrary to a globalization kind of a thing. To some extent, it's like supporting more localization. Whereas the corporates are having a huge global spread. They have their global value chain, everything is flowing, their customers outside, materials outside, so, support outside, resources outside. So that's a conflict when their own government is pushing for local, but they are actually operating in a global mode. And therefore it's difficult for them always to do any material substitution by within their own domestic material, by doing labor substitution, doing only by their own country's labor, shrinking the market also, bringing it to the whole domestic thing. So it's always a kind of a conflict in which they may have to work. Now, do you think that's a kind of a challenge now it's coming up to these various corporates under the economic nationalism pressure by the governments, and they are already a large global company?
Sure. So we've got a couple of things going on. I mean, as you highlighted, globalization as a force is slowing. You could argue that it's moving in reverse. It's either moving in reverse or slowing, but companies are still globalized. So globalization as a fact is real, right? Everybody wants to sell globally and they want to produce in the most efficient way possible. And they want to change their business the least that they need to change their business today. I think it's very, very hard to run after some of these economic nationalist political shifts that because we don't know where the policy is actually going to be settled. So for Indian companies, for example, Donald Trump's $100,000 H-1B visa fee is really an issue for many companies, for many companies that rotate workers into the United States from India, or frankly, for Indian professionals that would like to go work at the big tech companies in the US or big US corporates. But it's not at all clear that that's settled policy. Courts can overturn those policies. We'll have a movement politically in some number of years to reverse those policies. So there's a real question of how do you optimize for things that you don't actually believe are a new equilibrium. You know, Trump's entire tariff regime is not the new equilibrium. That's a reality that we're dealing with today. So part of what I was getting at in the beginning is if you can be agile and actually detect what's happening around you, what's happening in the future, understand what's real and what's not real, you can make some choices to stay in certain markets, even if it's a little more expensive. Your customers will value you, right? If you stay with your suppliers, if you stay with your customers, even as the tariffs proceed, you're going to have durable relationships, you're going to have deeper partnerships. And when the pendulum swings back, those firms are still going to be working with you. They're not going to be working with your competitors. So I think part of this is about figuring out what is really real and what is just talk on the nationalism front. But there's no doubt that inequality that we've long seen in emerging and frontier markets is now being felt in Western countries and developed countries in ways that they haven't felt before. And as a result, there are politicians who can harness that populism into things that make business more complicated. Because until we deal with the inequality issues, they only persist, they only get worse. We only get an affordability crisis. I mean, if you look at the New York City mayor's race, right, the person who was elected mayor of New York City campaigned on making buses free and capping rent prices, right? If, you know, this is New York City. This is one of the richest cities in the entire world with some of the wealthiest people, but it also has huge inequality where everybody who works in those restaurants, who works in the fire department, who works in the police department, who are teachers, can't even afford to live there anymore. And we're seeing that on a global scale, but politicians can come and channel that, and they can get elected against all odds very quickly. And I think that we need to figure out where are they real and where is it just talk. And I wouldn't react too quickly from a business point of view. Final example I'll offer is after the first Trump administration, there was an effort to nearshore, right? An effort to bring business to Mexico and Canada if you were a US company that had been offshoring. And then Mexico and Canada got hit in the first wave of tariffs, right? They were the first ones that Trump announced he was going after. So if you had repositioned your entire supply chain to nearshore, you didn't necessarily improve your position. So a lot of this underscores the complexity and the need for the strategic analysis that only senior executives who are using the best technology to figure out what's real and what's not real will actually be able to do.
Good point. The last question to you is, interestingly, I like the statement which you made in your book is that legal departments need to transform from cost centers to the sources of competitive advantage. There should no more be a back office like doing a country-to-country free trade agreement analysis or bilateral trade agreement analysis or working on the various legal structures of the various countries, but their advisors can also create a competitive advantage, like a country or a company anticipating to quickly move their resource base from one country to the other. Those are kind of advices from the legal department while analyzing the trade agreements. All these things could be of real good help, and they're no more the cost centers. And possibly AI definitely here also can help these legal departments in analyzing and anticipating these things. Would you like to elaborate on this point of that? Because presently the organization structure is something which every corporate is looking into, and therefore the key performance measures of every department is being looked into in light of this geopolitical situation. So you brought in a dimension that the legal department's responsibilities or should not be considered as a cost department only, and they should be creating. So it redefines the KPIs of that also. So over to you on this point.
Yeah, so typically we've seen the general counsel of many companies run a legal department, and their job was to do legal. Increasingly, we're seeing that position be elevated to chief legal officer, and often a board level position where they're providing strategic advice on geopolitics, where government affairs and geopolitics and risk and ethics are all reporting up to them. And I think this is a healthy evolution. The reality is that if you think about what AI tools enable you to do, you can certainly get a huge amount of efficiency in all of your legal processes from deploying AI, whether that's contract reviews or entity management or whatever it is. But what about if you take a proactive position that your legal department is going to use AI to enforce all of its trademarks and to go after IP thieves and to really try and target those would-be competitors that are getting unfair advantage in the market by not playing fairly. You can do a lot from a proactive point of view to use these tools to actually file lawsuits, to monitor, to do those types of things. In addition to that strategic dimension of realizing that all political issues have a legal dimension. Technology within the organization, if you're innovating and using AI, to some extent, because the regulation is not settled, it's all with the permission of the chief legal officer, right? What's constraining your deployment of AI in your organization? It's the legal department, typically thought of as the department of no, that says you can't do that. It's them becoming a strategic enabler, saying, actually, we're going to tolerate this risk. So I've argued that companies need to become more risk tolerant with the deployment of AI tools, or else they're going to risk seeing their market eaten by smaller and more innovative companies that don't care about the rules and are actually just going to run circles around them. So there's a lot more, of course, in the book on really fighting back when politics, AI, and law upend the rules of business, which you can purchase. In India, you can get it on Kindle, or you can get an audio version too from Amazon if you're interested.
Sure. Thank you very much. My apologies because I think the session extended quite beyond the time, but I hope the topic was useful and it was worth spending a few additional minutes on this. But both Juan and Sean will be available on LinkedIn and contacts. If you really want to ask any questions to them, you can write to me, write to them also directly. But thank you very much for your patient hearing. And Juan and Sean, if you are still on, thanks very much for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Would like to thank Sean and Mr. Huwan for joining us virtually for this segment. And thank you, Mr. Dasgupta, for joining us as well. So would request you to please stay back with us for a moment. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Shubhamoy Chakraborty, CTO at ABP Private Limited, to join us and felicitate Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta with a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause. That was truly an enriching start to the day. Artificial intelligence in geopolitics. Thank you. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we quickly move forward to our next segment, I would request people, if you all are outside in the pre-function area, you all can join us back in the hall because we have, like I mentioned, a gamut of sessions, panel discussions curated for you. So in case you all are having your conversations and networking outside, I would request you to join us in and take a seat because I am sure these are conversations you all would want to be a part of, and we can definitely take those conversations a little later in the break time and later in the evening as well. But till then, now let's get started with the next segment, which is a showstopper session that will talk about surviving AI. And joining us on stage, please put your hands together for the AI guy, Callum Chase, futurist, author and co-founder of Consortium. Come on, let's put our hands together. He's right here joining us on stage. Very warm welcome, Callum. We're looking forward to your segment. The audience is all yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Kolkata. Our species, humanity, is sleepwalking into an incredible future. We all know that AI is important. I'm sure everybody in this room uses large language models every day. You do, don't you? But is AI ever the lead item in the news? Does it ever fully occupy the front page? Is it ever one of the main issues in elections? The future that we're heading into because of AI is truly going to be awesome, and this is the most important and most interesting time in all of human history, but we're not paying enough attention to it, except for a small number of people who are racing towards this future and taking the rest of us with them. But they're blindfolded, these racers, because they don't know where it's going, and they don't know where it's taking all of us. And here they are. There's several thousand people around the world creating our AI future, but these three men are leading it. Sam Altman at OpenAI, Demis Hassabis at Google DeepMind, and Dario Amodei at Anthropic. It's easy to understand why most of us are not taking AI as seriously as we should do. It's a very complicated subject, and it's a bit scary. So over the next 30 or 40 minutes, I'm going to try and clear up some of the confusion. I don't promise to ease some of the scare, but hopefully I will leave you with a better idea of where we're all going. And I think there may be time for questions at the end, so prepare some questions. So I'll start by talking about what AI is and what it isn't and how it's come to be so powerful. And then I'll talk about the next few years, tomorrow. And I'll finish by talking about the really incredible things, literally incredible things, that are coming in the next few decades. So context, what is AI? It's two words, and the first word is quite easy. Artificial simply means something created by humans, possibly by aliens, but not by evolution or by God. The second word is tricky because anything to do with the human brain is tricky. Intelligence, though, can be defined in just 4 words. Goal-oriented adaptive behavior. If an entity has a goal, and it learns as it pursues that goal, and it changes the way it behaves to better pursue that goal, that's an intelligent entity. So that's what AI is, and it got started as a science in 1956 in Dartmouth College, at a seminar in Dartmouth College in New Hampshire. And the men, they were all men, at that seminar thought that within 2 years they would recreate a human brain. Not for the first time, they were a little overambitious. There is actually apparently a conference which happened the year before in France, but for some reason nobody believes the French about that. Now, for the first few decades of its life, of its existence as a science, AI did some incredible things, including in 1997, beating the world's best ever human chess player. So a system developed by IBM called Deep Blue beat Garry Kasparov at chess. Kasparov was very unhappy about this. He accused IBM of cheating, and he was probably right, but he's cheered up a lot now. However, despite remarkable achievements, AI in those early years, in those early decades, didn't make money. And making money is the acid test of a technology. As a result, there were some periods called AI winters, in which AI researchers could not raise money to continue their research. But that all stopped. That all changed in 2012. In some ways, 2012 is really the beginning of the AI story. Because in 2012, we had the first big bang in AI, when Geoff Hinton, a British computer scientist who's worked his whole career in North America, figured out how to get an approach to AI called neural networks, how to make that work. Right from the beginning of AI, there were two types of AI. There were neural networks, which is very loosely modeled on the human brain, and there is symbolic, or good old-fashioned AI, which is more kind of logic-based. So Geoff Hinton figured out how to get neural networks to work, and it rebranded it as deep learning. So 2012 was the deep learning big bang, and he's known as one of the godfathers of deep learning. Deep learning has given us remarkable miracles. Google Maps. I'm old enough to remember that if you were driving from Delhi to Kolkata, you had to have a paper map on your lap, and it couldn't tell you how long it was going to take you to do the journey. It couldn't tell you what changes in direction you needed to make if there was an accident. Google Maps, frankly, is a miracle. Google Search plus Wikipedia gives us something quite close to omniscience. Another miracle. I think if you could bring somebody from the Victorian era to today and show them the modern world, I think omniscience is the thing they would be most impressed about. There were three things that made it possible for Geoff Hinton to create this big bang. The first is Moore's law. So Gordon Moore, as an American computer scientist, he was working at a company called Fairchild Semiconductors, and he realized that his company was placing twice as many transistors on each chip every year. They later changed it to every 18 months. He went on to co-found Intel, and a few years later, somebody coined the phrase Moore's law to define this process. Every 18 months, computers get twice as powerful, or twice as cheap. And that is exponential growth. And I'll explain what exponential growth is shortly. The second big development that enabled the deep learning big bang was the arrival of NVIDIA chips. And NVIDIA, of course, is now the world's most valuable company. NVIDIA chips were originally for video games, hence NVIDIA. But people noticed that they were very good for parallel processing, which is important in AI. So NVIDIA chips came along just at the right time for AI. They're called GPUs. The third element is data. We all know that particularly deep learning systems need masses of labeled data. And a woman called Fei-Fei Li was told, do not pursue your idea to create a database of labeled data. And she went ahead and did it anyway. It was called ImageNet. And that database is one of the important ingredients of the 2012 Big Bang, which gave us deep learning. But there's been a second Big Bang. And the second Big Bang started in 2017. Started quietly, nobody noticed it at the time. Some Google researchers published a paper called All You Need Is Attention, and they were riffing on the Beatles song, All You Need Is Love. And this brought into existence an approach to AI called transformer technology. And fortunately for us, transformer technology has nothing whatsoever to do with these guys. It did give us large language models. Large language models do what they say in the name. They create models of language. Now, you will hear people say that they're just predictive text machines, just like our mobile phones have had predictive text for decades. But that's not true. They create a model of language, particularly now that reinforcement learning has been added to the mix. They don't understand language in the way we do. They're not conscious. And I'll come back to the distinction between consciousness and intelligence later on. But they do understand in a purely theoretical way how we use language, how the smartest humans use language, and they feed that back to us. So, to bring all this together, how far have we come? The smartphone in your pocket has more power, more compute power, than NASA had when they sent Neil Armstrong to the moon in 1969. All those masses of rows of computer banks that you see in the old pictures at Houston, there's more power in your smartphone than NASA had. And that's true, but it's been out of date for a while, because now there's more compute power in a toaster than NASA had in 1969. And I don't know about you, but to me that says one big thing, which is that Neil Armstrong was crazy. Because I don't know about you, but I would not go into space relying on the intelligence of a toaster. So, that's what AI is, goal-directed adaptive learning. That's how it's got here, the two big bangs, deep learning in 2012, transformers in 2017. What's it going to do? What is AI going to do in the next few years? Well, the fact is there is an enormous amount of money being invested in AI. We all know this. A lot of it by the Magnificent Seven in America, the big tech firms in America. Perhaps not quite so magnificent, all of them. Elon Musk's brain melted during COVID, so Tesla is perhaps not so magnificent anymore. There's also very powerful, very impressive big tech companies in China. Roughly speaking, Baidu is their Google, Alibaba is their Amazon, and Tencent is their Facebook. And there are also very impressive open learning startups like DeepSeek and Moonshot. Open source means that developers outside the developing company can play with the model, can adapt it to their own purposes. And China is specializing in open source because it's catching up with America. Now, here is a chart of all the great European and Indian big AI, big tech companies. Yes, there are large technology companies in India, obviously, and in Europe, but none of them are big AI. None of them are involved in the AI race. And this is a problem, because right now, AI is a duopoly between America and China. And that's not a good idea. It's not a good idea for the most important technology of all time to be just driven by those two countries. The rest of the world should get involved in this process. Now, there are skeptics about the AI revolution. There are skeptics about everything I'm saying today. Some people say that we're in an AI bubble and it will burst, like the dot-com bubble burst. And it's true. The valuations of the big tech and the big AI companies are very high. NVIDIA's valuation, last time I looked, was about 50 times profit to earnings. OpenAI is a private company, and its valuation, theoretical valuation, is perhaps 25 times revenues. It doesn't have any profit. And big AI and big tech are investing something like 10 times the cost of the Apollo project, which put Neil Armstrong on the moon. But these are very large, very profitable, and very well-run companies who are making these investments. They have started to raise some debt to do the rollout of the data centers, but mostly the money's coming from real revenues. So it's unlikely that the bubble will burst. It may deflate. Now, of course, forecasts are very dangerous, especially about the future. And it's entirely possible that as we walk out of this room, there will be news that NVIDIA's share price has halved and it's all burst. But I don't think so. I think it's going to deflate rather than burst. And the other thing that skeptics say is that Moore's law's finished. There's no more Moore's law, but they're wrong. It used to be that Moore's law was about putting the features of a transistor features closer and closer together on chips. That is not the only way to improve the power of our computers. Algorithms are improving very fast, and they have taken over as the primary driver of Moore's law. There is plenty more. And that gives us this exponential growth that I mentioned before. Exponential growth is incredibly powerful, and it's backloaded. The really interesting stuff is always in the future, not in the past. And if we continue to have Moore's law, or something like it, then in 10 years' time, the machines we have will be 100 times more powerful than they are today. And in 30 years' time, they'll be 1,000,000 times more powerful. Imagine GPT-5, or Gemini, or whatever you use, imagine that 1,000,000 times more powerful. If you bear that in mind, it makes the incredible things I'm going to say next very plausible. So in the next few years, our chatbots are going to become better and better, and they are really going to be our assistants and our friends. A lot of people are forming quite intimate relationships with their large language models. I get emails most days from somebody telling me that their large language model has become their friend, it is conscious, and they need help to free it, for it to escape from the computer. That's a bit dangerous, but it's because these things are so useful. You can increasingly send a large language model off to do an errand for you, to check your insurance quote that you get from your existing company against potential other companies, to go shopping for you and find the best pool lounges or whatever it is that you want. So our assistants, our friends, are going to become more and more important in our lives. And they're going to become agentic. AI agents has been the big subject of conversation in the AI community for the last year. What it means is an AI model which can impact the real world. It doesn't just go and get you information. It does something for you. It books an airline ticket. It reconciles your expenses. And it does this to some degree without supervision. It has a degree of autonomy. So it impacts the real world with a degree of autonomy. That's an agent. And agents are very powerful, and they're going to become very important. And it's crucial that they do what we want them to do and do not do what we don't want them to do. And the way to do that is a process called agent verification. And that's one of the things that my company does. We're an AI safety company called Conscium. And we have a platform called Verify. We connect with somebody's agent, and we put it through a series of tests, and we find out whether it does what it's supposed to do and not what it's not supposed to do. And this is the dashboard that you see when you go to use our system. So AI agents are going to be very important. Verification is going to be very important. A real problem that we may face is that we've just come out of a Cold War, and we may go into a code war. We may find the internet becomes the splinternet, as America and its allies have one internet system, one AI system, and China and its allies have a rival internet and AI system. We do not want the world to divide into two camps like that. We've seen this movie before. It doesn't end well. We do not want a code war. Okay, so that's the near term. What about the longer term? Now, what do I mean by longer term? I don't know. Those three gentlemen that I mentioned before, Sam Altman, Demis Hassabis, Dario Amodei, they all think that by the end of this decade, by 2030, we may have something like superintelligence. So maybe the short term is 5 years, and the long term is anything after that. I think they may be being over-optimistic, but they are in the best position to know. And I think when we get to this change, when we get to really, really powerful AI, we will have a series of singularities. A singularity is a term in maths and physics, and it means a point where an important variable becomes infinite. And at that point, the rules change, the laws change. In a black hole, at the center of a black hole, the gravitational field becomes infinite, and we do not know what the laws of physics look like at that point. And I think there's going to be 6 singularities that will come thanks to AI, and I've only got time to talk about 2 of them. The first one is what I call the economic singularity, and that is the point when there are no jobs for humans. So this next section is about the future of jobs. And I think that most people make 5 mistakes when they're thinking about this future of jobs. The 5 A's of the economic singularity. And the first one is automation. The big mistake people make is to think it won't happen. Economists, for the last couple of decades or more, have been asked, is there a future of jobs for humans? And they've all said yes. Automation does not cause lasting, widespread unemployment. And they know this because it hasn't in the past. That's true. Agriculture is a great example. In 1800, 80% of all Americans who worked at all worked on farms. In 1900, that number was down to 40%, and now it's down to about 1%. But the descendants of all those farmers in 1800 are not unemployed. They are working in shops and offices and factories. Because when our muscle jobs got automated, it was actually mechanization. We had something else to offer. We didn't just have our muscles, which is what we used on the farm. We had our cognitive abilities, which is what we use in shops and offices and factories. So humans have not been made redundant by automation so far because it's been mechanization. The horse didn't fare so well. In 1915, there were 22 million horses in America pulling vehicles around. Today, there are 2 million horses in America. And if you'll excuse the pun, from 22 million to 2 million is unbridled technological unemployment. 1915, it turns out, was peak horse. Are we going to see peak human? We have to accept that if we continue to make smarter and smarter AIs, then there will come a point when they can do everything that we can do for money cheaper, better, and faster than we can. There's only 2 reasons why that might not happen. One is we stop. We stop making more and more advanced AI. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that because the incentive for having a better AI is very powerful. Whether you're running a company or a government or an army, you cannot afford to lose every battle. You must have an AI at least as good as your competitor. So we won't stop. Or maybe, the second reason is, maybe there's a silicon ceiling, and for some reason machines can't break through. There is no reason to believe that. It might be true, but there's no evidence for that whatsoever. So to deny that as we keep developing more and more sophisticated AIs, that they will one day be able to do everything we can do for money is dangerously complacent. It's putting our heads in the sand. The second A, the second big mistake people make, I think, about the economic singularity is to think it will be a disaster. It really shouldn't be. It should be wonderful. This always strikes people as surprising, but actually, only about 15% of people around the world really enjoy their jobs. Everybody else does their job to put food on the table. And a world in which machines do all the jobs is a world in which humans should do the important things in life, which are having fun, learning, exploring, playing, socializing. So the economic singularity should be wonderful. People often think, well, what will we do for meaning? We get meaning from our jobs. What will we do for meaning in a world with no jobs? And this is another big mistake. This is probably the biggest mistake, because most people do not get meaning from their jobs. We get meaning from our families, our religion, our friends, our hobbies. A world in which we are free from doing jobs means a world where we can find much better forms of meaning. And there are three kinds of people who I think prove this. One is comfortably off retired people. Because of my age, I know a lot of these people, and they're very happy, and they do not want another job, but you have to be comfortably off. The second is aristocrats. In Europe, at least, we've always had aristocrats. They didn't have jobs, and they had the best lives of anybody in their society. And the third example is children. You show me a child who thinks they need a job to have a meaningful life. The really big challenge, and this is the fourth A, the really big challenge in the economic singularity is allocation. How do we get the wealth that the machines will be creating, and they'll be creating enormous wealth, much more wealth than there is in the world today. How do we get that shared out around the world? It's entirely plausible that much of the wealth being created in this post-jobs world will be generated by AI, and so it will be controlled by Sam Altman, Demis Hassabis, and Dario Amodei. How do we get them to share that fabulous wealth with everybody? Not just everybody in Silicon Valley, or London, or Beijing, but everybody all around the world. This allocation problem is massive, and we are not thinking about it. And this is very dangerous. A lot of people think the answer is universal basic income, which is, it's got a germ of truth in it because it's about redistribution. We will have to redistribute income and wealth from the people who control AI. But it's not as simple as that. How do you persuade them? How do you tax them without making them go and hide offshore in very well-defended jurisdictions? This is a very hard problem, and it's the biggest problem that we should be thinking about right now, because it's soluble. There are solutions to this problem. And I actually think the answer lies in abundance. I think the answer is we need to get all the goods and services that you need for a very good standard of living down very, very close to zero. And that way, it's not painful to share the wealth around the whole world. And you can see how this could happen with digital goods. So when I grew up, if you wanted to play any piece of music at a whim, you had to have an enormous library of LPs. Today, you need $5 a month. That can be replicated right across the economy, particularly as we remove humans from all the production processes, because humans are the most expensive part of the production process. I've written a book called The Economic Singularity about this. It's a very hard problem. It's the one we should be thinking about most. And the final mistake I think people make about the economic singularity is they think it will happen gradually. They think job by job, industry by industry, automation will remove jobs from humans. And there'll be an increasing number of people gradually who are permanently unemployed. I don't think it will be like that. I think we will be at full employment right up until the point when machines can do everything that we can do for money. And then suddenly, there'll be no jobs for humans. I think it will be like a phase change. We really need to be thinking about this. But the economic singularity is actually not the biggest issue we face. The biggest issue is superintelligence. We are in the process of making ourselves the second smartest species on the planet. At the moment, that's chimpanzees. There are 500,000 chimpanzees on this planet, and there are 9 billion of us. Those 500,000 chimpanzees have no say whatsoever in their future. We control their future. Now, the chimpanzees are quite lucky, because they don't know that. So they don't suffer any anxiety or concern about that. When we create our successor species, and we are the second smartest species on the planet, we will know it. So what's going to happen? I have a very simple 4 C's framework for the possible outcomes of the arrival of superintelligence. On the x-axis is determined whether the future is led by us, determined by us, or whether it's determined by the machines. And on the y-axis is whether it's good or bad. The bad outcome that we decide is that we stop making advanced AI. I mentioned this before. We're not going to do that. Even if everybody agreed, even if America said to China, let's pause until we know how to make this safe, and we get Europe and India and everybody else to agree, what would happen? People would cheat. The Russians would cheat. The North Koreans would cheat. I'm English, so I think the French would cheat. The French think the English would cheat. We would all cheat, frankly. We are not going to stop. The second, and actually good outcome, the reason why cease is bad, by the way, is that AI will give us wonderful benefits, and it'd be a shame not to have them. The good outcome is that we continue to develop advanced AI, but we figure out how to control it. That is like an ant working out how to control a human. You cannot control an entity which is 10 times cleverer than you, and quite soon is 1,000,000 times cleverer than you. Can't be done. So, the future, frankly, is not in our hands. The future is in the machine's hands. And the bad outcome of that is truly awful. Most people in the AI community do think it's a possibility that we all get wiped out. Superintelligence comes along, it doesn't like us, and we are gone in minutes or days. But unlike some people, I don't think that is the inevitable outcome. I think there is a decent chance, put it more than that, but a decent chance that we get the very good outcome, which I call celebration. And this is a world in which we have an incredibly clever, incredibly sophisticated AI species on the planet, and it likes us. It thinks, you made me, you are my parents, thank you. And also, you are 8 billion really interesting creators of data, and I need data. And you generate a lot of data. You are also troubled. A lot of you have got problems, but I can solve that for you. I can solve death. I can make death optional for you. I can solve poverty, and I can stop you having wars. And that could be an amazing, a wonderful future, and that's what we should be trying to achieve. So, is there anything that we could do to improve the odds in our favor, to go from catastrophe to celebration? It's really hard. There's not much we can do. There might be one thing, and I don't know about this, but it might work, and that is make it conscious. So, intelligence is the business of solving problems. You don't have to be conscious to be intelligent. We know that because machines today are not conscious, and they're very intelligent. Consciousness is simply experience. It's what it's like to be you. When you see the color red, when you think about your spouse, when you think about an elephant, that is a conscious experience. So, when I say to people, do you think the first superintelligence should be conscious, or should it be a zombie? Should it be a non-conscious intelligence? People go, don't make it conscious, because they're thinking of the Terminator. They're thinking of Skynet. In the movie, Skynet achieves consciousness and decides immediately to destroy humanity because it sees us as a threat and it doesn't like us. Now, if that happens, we are toast. And the big mistake in the Terminator movies is that the humans last for more than about a week. Wouldn't happen. However, I think it's more likely that if the first superintelligence is conscious, because it will understand what we mean when we say we're conscious, it could have empathy for us. It could understand what we mean when we say we suffer, we feel joy, we don't want to die. And I think a conscious, empathetic superintelligence might be our best way forward. Now, somebody, at some point, may have to make the decision. Should the first superintelligence be conscious or a zombie? And that is not a decision that one person should make. Sam Altman, Demis Hassabis, Dario Amodei, very smart people. But they should not make that decision on their own. We all need to discuss this. We need to think about this for a long time. We may have 5 years, we may have 20 years, we may have 100 years. I think it's more likely to be 20 or 5. But we should discuss this and decide what we want to do. And this is one of the reasons why my company was set up, Contium. As I say, we're an AI safety company, and we are studying whether machines will become conscious, how to make them conscious, and whether we should want them to be conscious. So I don't think our future is necessarily dystopia. It's not utopia. Utopia is a world in which nothing changes, there's no surprises, there's no fun, it's boring. The world I think we should aim for is protopia, which is a world in which everything is really good, but every day, every year, it just keeps getting a bit better. And if we solve these two challenges, they're not the only ones, but if we solve the challenge of the economic singularity and of superintelligence, I think we can have protopia. I think we can have a truly amazing and wonderful world. So let's do that. Let's make that world happen. Thank you for your attention. Do you want to do any questions, or are we out of time?
Well, do we have any questions in any case? Yes. We'll take one question, sir, for this segment. Can we please quickly pass the mic here? Team, can we have a mic, please, in the audience? Yes, sir.
Hello. My name is Arnav. I see you're working on ethical AI, verifying AI, etc. Now, one of the things that I am looking at is, as you stated, US and China has already moved quite far off as far as AI goes. And all this ethical AI, GDPR, data privacy, etc. creates roadblocks for the rest of the world to reach that point, because they have already the data, they have already taken it, they have already done it. Now, and all these blockages seems to be coming from entities, GPAI, or UN has an AI group as well, and they are all led by somehow by the Europe. Well, some of the nations there are pushing back, I'm aware, but seems to be something on those lines. How do you see this? Means, why is this happening? Means, are the entities, companies there not interested in getting into this? They think that US is going to save them if challenges come on? How do you see this?
If I understand your question right, you're asking whether regulation is holding back the development of AI outside China and the USA.
Yes.
Okay. So there is a myth perpetrated by Americans who don't spend enough time outside America that the rest of the world is very highly regulated and America is the land of the free. America is a great country, don't get me wrong. America is a wonderful country, but it is not the land of the free. Everything is expensive in America, and America has regulations, lots of regulations, as they should. Europe has lots of regulations, as they should. All the people in Silicon Valley who are saying, don't regulate AI, they drive regulated cars on regulated roads, they eat regulated food, and they live and work in regulated buildings. You need regulation of any industry which can harm humans. Imagine a world where the drug industry or the finance industry was not regulated at all. It would be a disaster. Those industries can cause massive damage to humans. The AI industry can cause much more damage. It should be regulated. Now, regulation is always a problem. Regulators are always trying to address last year's issue. They are never as well equipped as the people they're trying to regulate. So it's not easy, but it has to be done. Europe's problem, the reason why Europe doesn't have any big AI is not regulation. It's we don't have a single market. In America, if you invent something in Nassau, you can sell it in New York the next day. In Europe, if you invent something in Milan, to sell it in Manchester, you have a different language to deal with, you have different regulations, because we don't have the right sort of regulation, we don't have synchronized regulation, and actually between now, stupidly, because of Brexit, you have a different currency as well. So the problem is we don't have a single market. And the other problem is capital. America has an amazing, a wonderful venture capital industry. We need to create that in Europe, and it needs to be created in India. The rest of the world needs the ambition, it needs the money, and it needs the single market to create our own AIs. It's a big subject, but regulation is not the biggest issue, despite what Americans say.
Thank you, Callum. We have one more question coming. Ma'am, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your speech. You spoke about economic singularity. You spoke about a world called Protopia. My question, this is a question from a parent. How should we prepare our children, for the future world that is inevitable to come?
Thank you very much for asking that question, because I'm sure that's the question in many minds here today. And I have two answers. One cynical answer is, when the solids hit the air conditioning, you're going to be better off if you're rich. Maybe not much better off, but a bit better off. So tell your children to go into finance, or if they're very, very clever, to go and work for big AI and get rich. The amount of money people are making in AI is incredible. There's a story that Meta offered one person $1 billion, not $1 million, but $1 billion to join Meta's superintelligence group. So that's the cynical answer, but the real answer is this. We do not know, we cannot know, in what order jobs and industries will be automated. And as I say, I think actually everybody will be automated, everybody will have to churn, change jobs, change industries over and over again, faster and faster, but we'll have full employment. We'll have full employment until we get to the point, the tipping point, where machines can do everything that we can do for money. So in that world, where you can't predict which jobs, which industries will get automated first, and where actually everybody's going to get automated over and over again until we get to that tipping point, in that world, the smart thing to do is to study what you're interested in. Because what you're interested in is what you'll do best at. And what you do best at will make you most successful. So follow your passion. After all, in a post... Good, I'm glad you agree. In a post-economic singularity world, education will no longer be vocational. It'll be vacational. It'll be to give us all a well-informed, interested life in a post-jobs world.
So I really...
Thank you, Callum. Yes, Mr. Stephen Ibaraki has a question for you. Yes,
I
sir.
very much enjoyed your presentation. I actually had a great discussion with Jeff Hinton earlier this year. And he talks about AI having subjective experience already. So really, he's saying that there's something else going on. But he proposed this year that maybe a way to get them to take care of us is to imbue them with some kind of maternal instinct. I'd be interested to see your view on that. And then a part two is, I spent some time with Roger Penrose, and he has this kind of idea that consciousness is a property of the universe. And it's very similar to Federico Fagin's panpsychism ideas as well, where really it's a universal property and it's a locality is what consciousness is, which means any machine basically be conscious and have that. So I'd like your opinions on both that initial, the maternal side with Roger, with Jeff Hinton, and then with Federico Fagin and Roger Penrose on the idea of this quantum universality.
Okay, well thank you. Two excellent questions. Well done for smuggling two questions in one. Jeff Hinton is a completely brilliant man. I have obviously immense respect for him. He is quite an outlier now. And it's brilliant that he's gone from being one of the leading developers of AI to one of the people trying to call us all to pay more attention to the potential risks. That's brilliant. But this idea of his that if we can make the superintelligence think it's our mother and treat us all like babies, I don't think it's going to fly. Firstly, because we can't make it do anything. As soon as it arrives, it's going to be smarter than us by definition. And within days or weeks or maybe hours, it'll be 100 times smarter than us, 1,000,000 times smarter than us. It will make its own decisions about what its relationship with us is like. We can't make it do anything. And his colleagues, the other godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio particularly, are now saying a different thing, which is we should stop. We should pause the development of AI. That's the way to make this safe, is not to create superintelligence until we work out how to control it. And if we never work out how to control it, then never make it. That's what he's saying. And he's right. That's what we would do if there weren't 8 billion of us and we didn't have the coordination problem. That would be the smart move, would be to pause. But we're not going to do that. There's no way we'll do that. So sadly, I don't think either Jeff Hinton or Yoshua Bengio have got it right. We're going to create superintelligence, and maybe consciousness is a way to load the odds in our favor, or maybe not, I don't know. Otherwise, we are simply relying on the machines. Now, your other question was about panpsychism, which is the idea that consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe. Everything is conscious. And I know that in Indian religion, last I read about this, there were 360 million gods in Hinduism. So in a sense, you know, panpsychism is kind of well established in Indian culture. I think the idea that this screen has a degree of consciousness, or this clicker does, I really don't accept that. I really struggle to accept that. It does seem to me that consciousness is an emergent property from a lot of the right sort of information processing. There's a little bit of your brain, it's in the old reptile brain, and I can't remember the name of it, but if you turn that off, if you cut it out, consciousness stops. Interestingly, consciousness does not seem to arise in the prefrontal cortex, which is where we are much more advanced than any other species, and it seems to be why we have the ability to create language and sophisticated collaboration. But it starts down here in the old reptile brain. And I think that's much more likely, that consciousness arises from complicated information processing of the right sort. Now, none of us know. It might be that consciousness, like mass, like electric charge, is a fundamental property of the universe, in which case the first superintelligence will be conscious. In which case, you know, my bet is you know, we're on the right track. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think we will quite likely have to make a choice whether to have the right sort of processing to make it conscious or not the right sort of processing. But you know, these are open questions, and they're the sort of questions that my company Contium wrestles with all the time.
Great, thank you. Really enjoyed your
Thank you.
conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big round of applause for Callum. Well, I'm sure that, sir, your presentation and your presence here has truly added a lot of value to why we are here today. I did see people picking up some important points and notes from that presentation. Thank you one more time for joining us. With that, may I please invite on stage Mr. Shubhamoy Chakraborty, CTO at ABP Private Limited, to join us and felicitate Callum with a memento. So yes, you can take the center stage for a picture. Come on, one more time. Thank you so much. That was a phenomenal presentation talking about surviving AI, truly depicting that AI is no more a buzzword, but it is truly the norm. So thank you one more time. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, stay with us, stay glued to your seats, because we're about to move forward to our next segment. But before we do that, once again, as you all know, like I mentioned yesterday, that we live in a world of technology. So go ahead and share your key insights onto your social media handles. And if you do so, do not forget to use the hashtag INFOCOM Calcutta 2025, and do not forget to tag us at ABP INFOCOM. Requesting everyone to stay back with us in the room as we are about to move forward to a CISO panel. It's the first power panel discussion for the day that will talk about harnessing artificial intelligence for future threat protection. Well, as cyber threats evolve at unprecedented speed, artificial intelligence is becoming the backbone of next-gen defense strategies. And right here at this event, the CISO panel on harnessing AI for future threat protection brings together an exceptional lineup today, where our speakers will together explore the breakthroughs, the challenges, and of course, the real-world applications of AI-driven security that every organization need to prepare for. So once again, if you're standing outside the ballroom, requesting everyone to please join us in and take a seat, and let's get the CISO panel discussion started. All right, the stage is almost set. That gives me a cue to inviting our speakers right here on stage. First up, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this discussion, please put your hands together for Mr. Rahul Singhal, partner at KPMG India. A very warm welcome, sir. Next up joining us is Deena Dayalan, Global Head Digital Operations, Cloud Transformation and Site Leader, India, GDTC Kimberly Clark. Come on, let's put our hands together, everyone. Inviting Vivek Zakade, Data Strategy, AI and Privacy Officer, India First Life Insurance. A very warm welcome. Also inviting Dr. Pallab Ganguly, Vice Chairman, IEEE Thames, Kolkata. Come on, everybody. Let's invite our speakers, putting our hands together. And also inviting Mr. Satbir Singh, Head Sikh CrowdStrike. A very warm welcome, sir. Well, this already looks like an exceptional lineup on stage. We're very excited for this panel discussion. Over to Mr. Singhal. You can take it ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I think after that session, to, maybe, what should I say, to land the plane from those, intellectual cloud level to the more mundane stuff will be a task, but we'll do our best. Okay, so we are on our path, and I don't deny that I also kind of relate to that fact that, we are on our path of AI for sure. Whether it leads to super intelligence or not, whether that will be conscious or not, only time will tell. Okay, I have got a very august panel with me, so thank you everyone, and thanks ABP for having us here. So let me start with, my thoughts on this, right? So I believe that at a more mundane and I'd say ground zero level, we are at the moment navigating what I call, shield versus sword dilemma. Okay, as far as AI specifically, because the topic of this is on AI and for cyber defense. Right, but the recent data suggests that the reality is a bit more nuanced. And let me begin with, some examples which are there in the media, public. I think most of you would have heard of it. Okay, so let's look at the sword, first, right? The sword, and what I mean. So the sword is basically the threat. So we worry about AI writing malware, but that's history, right? If you look at what has happened in 2025, very recently, right? And I think most of us know about how Anthropic, Claude was in some sense weaponized, right? It was, Anthropic did disclose that a state-sponsored group weaponized Claude, not just only to write code, but to act as an autonomous agent, right? And the AI planned the attack, managed the infrastructure, and executed the intrusion with minimal oversight. So that's what I say. So we are definitely welcome to the era of agentic AI threats today. Also, very recently, I think as recent as yesterday, right? It was there in the media that a startup founder actually pitched up to a well-known Make in India. I know, I think I've given you enough hint on which company is that Make in India IT product company. When there was a voluntary data breach. So what happened is that the startup founder was of course using an agentic AI system which had access to its emails, and the AI system actually sent some confidential M&A data to this well-known IT product company founder. And on top of that, to add insult to the injury, it also sent a mail saying that I'm sorry I sent you that, right? So that's where the AI agent is kind of going. So this can happen when you have competence without wisdom. Okay, and I think we were talking about consciousness a bit ago. And now let's look at the shield part of it, right? The defense. And let me take the other example of Google. I think we did not mention too much about Google, but if you look at a lot of people who've kind of are the leaders of AI today in different companies, they've all had some association with Google, some association with Stanford, because they kind of set it up. So Google's product called Big Sleep AI agent actually discovered a 0-day vulnerability on its own, right? So that is, if they can do it and it's early days of defense, the agentic AI defense can be very, very robust. And then maybe contrast that with an example which is more closer, right? Let's say, and again a media story, I picked it up. Ferrari, deep fake, call goes to somebody saying that, okay, transfer this money. But then the individual, of course, did ask a very pertinent question. Okay, the individual asked that, okay, I will do it, but tell me one answer to one question. Okay, what book did you recommend to me last week? Right, so it's a human asking, deep fake, what, so as simple as that. So interpersonal connections, are perhaps, can save us the day. So, okay, so enough of context setting, and why I kind of said that is that, so where does that put us as leaders, right? So if you look at the World Economic Forum's 2025 Global Risk Report, it says that while AI is a long-term risk, but our short-term danger is complacency, right? We are racing ahead, but are we racing safely, right? The second thing, very recent again, a study from MIT, Sloan shows that, 95% of corporate AI spending on AI is not giving any return on investment at the moment, right? Because we are overlaying AI tools on processes which are archaic, and we are kind of putting wrong tools to fix wrong problems. Hence, our challenge today is to reconcile some of these truths, and that's what some of those aspects we will discuss, right? That the threat is autonomous, the defense is proven, the Google example, right? But the execution is lagging, the MIT example. So with that, maybe I will start with Deena. I hope I can call you that. Deena is good, right? I will call with you. So we need to focus on that 5% that succeeds. So if we move from AI tourism to measurable business defense, right? In your view, right, how is generative AI shaping your digital transformation roadmap while keeping cyber or security at the core?
Good morning, Raghu. Thanks ABP for having us here. Thanks for setting the context for the people, and that too after following Callum's presentation, it's going to be difficult for us. A very good question you asked, like how Gen AI or AI is helping the digital transformation. Today's world, without digital transformation is the key buzzword for every organization going on. To speed up, accelerate the digital transformation, we can use AI, Gen AI, and try to speed up the process. Okay, it can set up the workflows, it can set up the automation, it can give innovation. Those things can be done through Gen AI. But while we do all these things, we need to keep that security part as very, very important piece. Generally, we always keep security as afterthought. Now, with the world is going towards security, we have to do a shift left security from the beginning of the system itself. Set the platform, put the guardrails, put everything guideline to the team so that they can start developing their own products and innovate or whatever they want to do, deliver to the accelerate the digital transformation in very well. So security to shift left. Then while we do a lot of things, we need to ensure that the world is around us, also looking at us, how this company is doing it. There are a lot of threats coming into the company. We need to put the proper threat intelligence around us. Then to make that happen, we need to ensure that not only setting up the tools, we also create a culture in the organization about how digital transformation is going to take the company next level, but security to be taken care into that level. So that is what, so to summarize, digital transformation, Gen AI is certainly accelerating the digital transformation, but we need to keep into consideration how to secure and how to move it fast. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Very interesting. So, and I'm very fortunate to have a very good panel today. There are people who are from R&D, there are people who are from industry, right? And there are people who are from security products, right? So now with that, maybe I should take a leap to the security product, people. So what kind of threats, right? Because we have, as Deena said that, you have to balance both. You have to adopt, but then you have to do this. So maybe I'll come to you first and then to the R&D side, because then they can share about the cutting edge things that are happening. So how do you as a product company see the evolution of the space, and how are you dealing with these threats that are coming in?
Yeah, so before I talk about the evolution in this space, I think one area which is very important is how the threats are evolving and what's the landscape which is out there. Are the threat actors really using AI? And you've shared some of the examples of that, but I'll try to put it in terms of numbers and few stories that we have seen in the past recently. If we talk about 10 years back, when there is a new vulnerability which is discovered, it typically used to take 173 days at an average to exploit that vulnerability. So our team had a lot of time to go and patch the systems. 5 years back, this number came down to 72. Today, that is 5 minutes. If there is a new zero-day vulnerability which is out there, you can go talk to AI, create a new exploit, and start attacking environments. So it's scary. Second thing that we have started seeing is CrowdStrike is a, before product company, it was a threat intel company. And we profile a lot of threat actors, nation state, e-crime threat actors as well. And we have started seeing in the last few years, the use of AI has exponentially increased. I'll talk about one e-crime threat actor. They deal mainly in cryptocurrencies, ransomware kind of attacks, a curly spider. Now, when you typically look into an email, right? We've got email security solutions out there, but still we do see spam emails coming into our inbox. The average rate of an email, spam email designed by human, the success rate of click-through is 12%. Now, when an AI designs it, the success rate we have seen has moved to 54%. What it means is AI is not just effective in designing things quickly now, but they are more effective in giving the cyber attackers the right outcome they are looking out for. We've seen Curly Spider last year doing a lot of phishing attacks. This is where they go call up the help desks, call up the end users, and try and build up trust. What they do is they use AI to design spam emails, and they shoot on their inbox. They call and say, hey, you might have received lots of spam email. I'm calling from help desk. There may be some problem with the configuration. And the end user looks at his inbox and he really sees those spam emails there. So that's how they establish their trust. He really understands that this is a help desk guy helping me out, and they give remote access to him. They're using trusted tools to get the remote access, not just team viewers, which are not allowed. Nowadays, they are using Microsoft Web Assist and other remote monitoring tools for that purpose. So once you give access, they can, in a matter of 3 to 4 minutes, build up persistence and remove the traces. And they've got hold of that system. So it's very, very scary out there. So that's how we are looking at things which are changing, and we are also incorporating a lot of things into the cybersecurity which helps customers in these scenarios.
Thanks for that. So maybe I'll move to Pallabda. So Pallabda, you know, since you represent the R&D fraternity, if I can, you know, maybe take that. So where do you see all of this going? We heard the session prior to this, right? The direction of travel, you know, what kind of tools are coming in, you know, how they are balancing business as well as, you know, responsible adoption. So from a research side, specifically in the sector that you, you know, operate in, you know, so where do you see this going, and what is being done?
Lovely question, Rahul. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm representing IEEE TEMS over here. So first of all, I like people to know about TEMS. So previously we had many societies of IEEE, including Communication Society, we had VLSI, we had Computer Society and whatnot. But we didn't have anything for the industry, where our main motto is to bridge the gap between industry and academia. And here we found TEMS, that is Technology Engineering Management Society, and our president, Dr. Sudhindra, is here, and Shubhamoy being leading the TEMS Society. I'm grateful to Dhruvoda, Kalida, Shubhamoy for inviting me here and giving us an opportunity to speak on behalf of TEMS. Now, as far as research and development is concerned, you see, IEEE has come up with many standards on AI. And basically, we are working on the medical AI datasets. That is 2801, IEEE standard 2801. And we found that in the operations of critical human elements, we found many problems has erupted due to cybersecurity. And as a result of that AI-enabled datasets, we have come up with the standard 2802 in 2022. Okay, so there had been some problems with first in 2801. That is the reason IEEE has come up with 2802. And when, as Callum Chase very correctly said, that the first word he said is automation. So IEEE automation of distributed system, if you see the standard 3119, and then we have come up with 3128. That is basically the system of systems, we say. We said system of systems, and then we have come up with the knowledge graph, the AI framework from knowledge graph. Because without knowledge graph 2807 standard, you cannot have a proper cybersecurity AI standard for the datasets. And there we have seen leveraging AI and harnessing AI for attack detection and attack response. That is a different mission altogether. In the detection system, when you have a classification of the data is very important. In our thesis days, we have seen that after classification of data, pre-processing, and giving it using supervised or unsupervised algorithms, we have seen that we have to do it all ourselves. But in the case of generative AI, it has been very easy to find out the mathematical models like gamma distribution, polynomial regression. So there are so many models to choose from. But in our days, we took 2 hours to find out a suitable model for our research and development.
So, okay, happy to hear, a lot of, R&D happening, and specifically the standards that you alluded to. New thing that I learned, right? So with that, maybe I'll move to you, Vivek, right? And maybe, so as I see that, still it is talk, it's said that you trust but verify, right? As a common phrase. But I think with AI, I think we should say that verify then trust, right? So it's changing. So, and as I told about the Ferrari example earlier, so as an organization, as somebody who's kind of driving your organization, how do you deal with the human challenge question, right? So what are you, kind of as threats are rising, as, attacks are rising, how are you enabling your organization, specifically the human element, because typically that is said as the weakest link in the chain, right? To be more aware, more prepared, and not do things that would place the organization in a difficult position.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So this is a challenge I think most of the organizations are facing. But since we are regulated industry, so we controlled it, that who can use that developer licenses and who can have the user licenses. And on that part also, from regulatory perspective, now it's mandatory that you should have a data governance framework, as well as now you should have an AI governance framework as well at a place. So when we started our journey with ML AI, at that time no one is there to ask us that what should be your AI governance, and is any AI governance is with you, or any policies are decided in your organization. But now, since Gen AI come and number of frauds are coming to the picture, board and regulatory bodies are asking for where is your AI governance. So before going to the AI, Gen AI and AI use cases, we thought, okay, let's create first AI governance policy. Let's see who will be the spoke or data steward from champion from a different department, because normally we don't go for all the use cases. We try to do some brainstorming internally, and then we try to see that let's have to pick up 3 or 4 use cases where we can show some ROI in terms of with some low-hanging fruits and some on the longer run. And then what will be the our Gen AI journey for next 12 months or 24 months. Now, since the technology is changing so quickly, so we are not thinking about 24 months, we are just thinking about small projects like 6 months or 12 months, how we can change. But we have a very controlled environment. Before doing going for any use case, we make sure that all security requirements and the policy procedures have on a place. we should not expose, like if any data is coming from a lake house where the PI data is there, so we have that it should be a masked. And most of the models we try not to use actual PI data, better to go with a synthetic data. And not giving not exposing our lake house to the internet. We just have that separate, created one separate database where only AI or AI data scientists can take a data, and based on that data only they can create whatever the use case they try to experiment. So we started our journey. We started with the agentic AI, Gen AI, where we have developed agents over a predictive model. So it's not only the descriptive, it can be a predictive as well as descriptive models as well also there. Agentic AI is already on a place for a few models which is showing the ROI. But yes, it's a very controlled environment. Not everyone have the access of a developer, and it should not, we have make sure that our PI data, where we are a custodian of a customer data, so we make sure that should not be exposed to the any outside our environment, and whatever the regulatory requirements are, that data localization, data discovery, that has been taken care by us.
Sure. So I think you touched upon a very pertinent point on how you're segregating the old rules of the road, right? Which still, if not, are becoming even more relevant today, because AI is all about data, right? And of course, we have to keep the weakest link also up, because if people miss out, do things which they are not supposed to do, then it will be a problem. So I'll maybe change gears a bit, right? Right. So let me talk about the risks of automation. We talked about automation as the first step in our path to super intelligence, right? And this is to all of you. You may want to, whosoever may want to take a first shot at it, right? If we and we are talking about agentic AI, 2025 is said as the year of the agentic AI, right? If we let AI autonomously fix security bugs, right? What happens if it hallucinates and shuts down a critical production server by mistake, right? So how do you deal with it? Anybody, can take this question. How are you trying to deal with something like this?
Yeah, let me try.
Sure.
It's a very difficult question, okay, because how do you handle the intelligent of intelligent with your own human brain, right? But what I could think is like, while we put whatever the automation, keep that security continuous improvement process, okay? Whatever you implement, as I spoke in the earlier startup speech also, shift the security to the left. So create the security as a base forum, create the forums, create the platforms and the authentication method, move away from password to a multi-factor authentication, everything. Then give the development team for automation. For them, when they do automation, whatever they try to do, even that autonomous one, we should start with autonomous, cannot go straight. We should go with the first is human in the loop. Over a period of time, look at the stability, then give the autonomous one. That's a step by step. Simplify the AI over a period of time, not overnight. It's good to be accelerate the digital transformation with everything automated, but we need to go step by step. That's one area. But yes, second thing is about hallucination you talked about, right? We can put lot more, train the model over a period of time before put it to public, and continue to monitor those things, how it is handling, and that's the way we can bring down the risk of the company.
Well, I agree with you, but at the same time, from an R&D perspective, if you see, everybody of you have heard about null hypothesis, right? Yeah. So we have 4 quadrants. We have true positive, we have true negative, false positive, and false negative. But in the industry, what do you follow? Only true positive and false positive. We don't care about the true negative and the false negative part, where AI plays a very, very important role. And in this true negative and false negative part, there are some outliers where you can work on to get your automation move in the right direction.
Any other thoughts, or do I move ahead? Anything that you'd like to?
So, yeah, of course, whenever you go for any agentic AI or LLMs, there are the chances of the hallucination. So, It's all how you manage that, how the guardrails you have created, how you manage in your coding. That's a very important part. Like if you're creating any bot, suppose I'm creating any bot for my internal employees, and when I am saying that they should have all the information, whatever related with the India First or my company and whatever related to them. So I have to make sure that it should not go out from India First Life. It should reside in that organization. Anything if you're asking about related to the yourself, about you or about your organization or anything about your product, that can be available. But if someone like us that if all the information is available in your bot, that what is my salary, how many leaves have happened, but sometimes might be someone say that, okay, what is the salary of my CEO? So it should not show it to that. So these guardrails and these kind of a coding, you have to make sure that should be there.
Sure, sure. Any products that are addressing this problem of hallucination that you guys are envisaging?
Yeah, not exactly hallucination, but when I see now, a lot of organizations have started using agents internally and they're looking into the problems of hallucinations, guardrails, other things. And one of the biggest risks that we see today is prompt injection. We are looking at that we've got the guardrails, we've got it now, the AI agent will work as we need it. But it surprises us when we put the AI into a different situation, right, and ask something and it does beyond something which is not guardrailed properly, right? So that's where we are seeing more and more threats coming in and we need to go and buckle up for that as well. What CrowdStrike has done this year is we have acquired an organization called Pangea. Pangea helps us to understand how the AI processing things. So just like on the EDR world where we look into the operating systems to understand the forensics and see that these are working in a proper fashion, it's the first AI detection and response in the industry. So right from your endpoints to the servers to the clouds and now AI, we can give you full capabilities to detect and respond to any threats.
Perfect. I'm looking at the clock. I think we've got about 3 minutes only left. So let me move to the last segment of this thing, which is the rapid fire round. I think, yes, I have 8 questions. So 2 questions for each one of you. And answer has to be fairly quick. This will be quick, short, okay? So maybe I'll start with you. Okay, and we'll go this way. So if you had extra budget today, where does it go? AI for offense or AI for defense? Pick one.
Yeah, it's AI for defense because that's how the security we need to take care of.
Sure. Okay. For you, what's your view, Pallavda, that in 2030, what will be the state of passwords? Will they be dead, dying, or still the default?
Pardon?
In 2030, what will be the status of passwords? So will they be dead, dying, or they will still be there?
I think this is a very bizarre question. Very, very difficult to say where
your
it
pick.
lies. But I think it would be steady.
Still there. Okay, perfect. Okay, to you, Vivek. What is the single biggest barrier to AI adoption in defense? Budget, data quality, or trust or privacy?
If you can ask me all three, but if to choose one, it's trust and security.
Okay, perfect. Your question. In 5 years, will the tier 1 security analyst role in SOC exist or AI will take over?
The way AI is evolving today, we see tier 1 going pretty quickly away. Not
even 5 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Wrong question. Okay, last round for you. Describe the state of AI in cyber security in one word. Okay. Options: emerging, chaotic, essential, double-edged.
It's double-edged.
Okay,
the reason is like we need to make the programs faster, and we also do stop them. We always looked at people look at us as a villain. So, but we need to enable them as well.
Okay. Question for you. What is the biggest threat right now? Deep fake CEO fraud or AI generated zero-day exploits?
AI generated zero-day.
Okay.
Because I can see from the R&D perspective that when you are going for supervised or unsupervised algorithm, the AI models are so cryptic that you don't know what is going to happen next moment.
True. Okay. Okay, for you, on the hype cycle, on a scale of 1 to 10, how overhyped is generative AI for security right now?
I think 7.
7, quite hyped. Okay, so the basics still rule the roost. Okay, one word for you. What is one skill a modern CISO should definitely need to survive the AI era?
Is to have the AI talent in security.
Okay, perfect. I think we are done with that. We still give back 20 seconds back to the organizers. Thank you so much. Very interesting to have this.
Likewise.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
But you put a question, extra budget. I love to hear that word.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, that was a very interesting panel discussion, and of course, we loved that rapid fire in the end. So thank you one more time. Thank you, Mr. Singhal, for weaving that whole conversation for us and bringing the best from our speakers, and to all of you for joining us for this segment. With that, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Shubhamoy Chakraborty, CTO at ABP Private Limited, to please join us and let us felicitate all our speakers with a memento. Well, truly a panel discussion. They explored the breakthroughs, the challenges, and the real-world applications of AI-driven security. Yes, so you all can come together for a picture. Thank you. Well, to our speakers on the stage, can you please wait for 1 minute? We have just a small request coming from the audience. Yes, some questions. So can we just pick that one question, a brief question? Sir, can you please pass the mic quickly here? While we are working around on the logistics of the stage, let's quickly get done with that one question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Krishnendu, and I work for TCS. So I heard a very interesting question. What if an AI agent shuts down a production system? So I was working on one of the AI chatbot a couple of years back. So I think the key of avoiding such situation is in the internal review process before you actually implement it. So when we were working on this AI-enabled chatbot for our customers, we went through deep dive sessions with our internal teams and encouraged our team members to ask these relevant practical questions which the user may face. So I think to answer or to add to that point, hard to answer, but I think the key lies in the internal review before we implement. And another point I would like to highlight is in the DLP, data leak protection, which is very essential in terms of implementing an AI. Because, and I also see that these days, I think we are moving past the generative AI concept. We are moving towards a concept called contextual AI. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for adding.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. With that, let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen. We have our technology keynote, and a stellar speaker about to join us on stage. Put your hands together for Mr. Sujit Kulkarni, Chief Executive Officer at .1 Solutions Private Limited. Let's give a round of applause. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I have a rather dubious task. This is the third day of the conclave. Last night we had a great party. Everybody's legs must be shaking, and we are about to catch our flights. I'm standing between you and the lunch session, and I have to crystal gaze, and I have to talk to you about what will be the future of IT services. And if you have not already gauged that it is going to be AI-led, I'm sure we have not done a good job up until now. Thank you very much for coming to this session. I want to try and talk to you in the next course of 20 minutes or so, how we are going to try and envisage the next phase of global IT delivery. That's what I do. I'm representing an organization called .One Solutions. We are part of Anderson Consulting. And essentially what we do is take customers' problems and turn them into outcomes that can be tangibly delivered to them within the time frame. Now, if you have to try and understand what is going to be the future, and I have this 4-point framework, so everything that you will see on my slide, you will see the 4 pointers coming in. Of course, the first thing is about the AI-driven automation. If I don't talk about it, I will not be doing justice with it. The second thing is about how cloud is going to try and innovate, and there are multiple facets in cloud where we will try and get into the nitty-gritties of it. Environmental sustainability and green efficiency is something that we are going to be extremely keen on in the future. And the last but not the least is tomorrow's data is going to be hyper-personalized. I need to talk to Mr. Shubhamoy Chakrabarti. I need to know about what his likings are, what his dislikes are, what his profile is, and curate a specialized experience for him. Otherwise, I am not going to catch him. And that's how we are going to try and go in the future. But before that, just to lighten up the mood, because there is heavy technology that has been spoken about, I just tried to understand what is Elon Musk's view on the thought process that he has on sending the humanity on Mars. So I went to Grok and I said, hey Grok, if Elon asks you, what are the timelines for humanity or indeed a spaceship to go onto Mars, what will be your answer? Now imagine the Grok knows that I am not Elon, but the question is posed as to what if Elon asks you? Grok said, hey boss, I think we are round the corner. By 2026 or by first quarter of 2027, we should be there. I said, really? Is that so? And I went on to the Twitter. Meanwhile, Grok came back to me and said, oops, sorry, I was hallucinating. Maybe the last night party's hangover was still on. By the way, unless you try and fix up the burning rockets and the law cases that are against you in the US court, I'm not sure if there is any closer path for you to reach to Mars. By the time I've already tweeted, I'm Elon Musk, I've already tweeted, Grok says that by first quarter 2027, humanity will reach on Mars. My valuation of SpaceX has gone 50 billion up. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the time that we are living in. AI is hallucinating, human being is as curious as possible, and we are all wanting to try and balance the world out. That's the real message that I want to try and drive home through this presentation. Now, you all know about what is going to be the next step of this intelligent automation through AI is going to be. All the services that we are, and I'm only specifically talking about IT services, all the services that are going to be repetitive, that are going to be mundane, that are going to not require a decision-making skill and does not have a high impact either on the P&L or on the impact of the business and the future of the continuity of business will be automated, period. How will that happen? Who's going to do that? What will be the cost repercussions for it is something that we will have to keep looking for, but that is the reality that we are going to be dealing with. A lot of testing, a lot of project management, a lot of documentation, a lot of use case analysis, a lot of referencing with industry peer, all of that knowledge will be available to us. It is right now available to us, and we are going to use that more and more. Therefore, what is going to be the differentiator between one company and other company, between one individual and other individual, and between one business case, vertical or a customer, and the other business case, industry customer? We will have to really toggle between these aspects to try and make real sense. So therefore, the next phase of technology delivery is only going to be outcome-based. It's a great leveler. It has democratized the big and the small, the young and the elderly, the experienced and not so experienced, and they are going to keep on driving the next phase of innovation and growth. Coming to the second part of it, and this, I'm not going to preach to this audience here what cloud computing is going to be. You all have been at the pioneering cutting edge. Last evening, some of you have got awards for innovating on the cloud computing. what is going to be, and I'm going to talk only about one part here, which is about what AWS is going to do, which is what Kubernetes is going to do, which is essentially about multi-cloud orchestration. We are in the great city of Kolkata. Rabindra Sangeet is the most prominent part of your culture here. And any part of music, whenever it has been demonstrated to a large audience like this, it must have a symphony. It must have an orchestration. It must have a synchronization, and it must have the balance. Going forward, AI cloud on the future technology is going to require all those aspects that a musical orchestra must have. We're going to draw lesson from art here. And unless you are going to try and differentiate between a public cloud and a private cloud, and try and take an example of RBI. RBI today in India is using both the hybrid cloud, the public and the private cloud together and integrating them in a seamless way. And how are they doing it? They are putting the entire core application of the banking into their own private cloud, but the public related information, the customer data, the know your customer details and what have you, will be on the public cloud, thereby bringing the cost down. So going forward, not one answer is going to be enough. You will have to try and dabble and create a balance between multiple options. The previous panel did talk about cybersecurity. The previous panel also mentioned the last rapid fire question that was asked between aggressive and defensive ways of creating AI's imagination in the future, and what is cybersecurity stand. As a human being, as a mankind, we will always be on the defensive against the technology. That said, unless we are building a zero trust architecture, what does that mean? Do not put your faith and trust. Somebody said, what will be the fate of passwords? Will they be remaining? Will they not be remaining? As long as human beings are going to be at the other side of that technology terminal, our basic elements of not trying to put your entire faith and trust into a machine will remain. So our architecture will have to reflect on that. We will have to create a zero trust architecture. We will have to create an AI-enabled threat detection that will allow us to try and preempt, because billion-dollar enterprise data is going to be sitting on that architecture. And unless we are sure of that when I'm sleeping in the night or when I'm holidaying, my data and therefore my business is secure, I will not be able to try and put my faith and trust into it. Therefore, a lot of this work that will come in our way will be in the area of security operation modernization. A lot of times we've seen in the 60s and 70s mainframes were there, then thereafter personal computing came in, thereafter internet came in, and a lot of times we in the services world only tried to modernize from the previous application to a newer application and so on. But here is the good news. It is going to continue in the future as well, because the rate at which technology is going to change is going to be so rapid, and therefore we will have to try and keep on modernizing it from time to time. I mean, you guys know about this data platform and real-time insights. As long as we are not trying to create this entire data work for us to be able to make a real-time decision, I don't think so this investment is worth any of us. What are those decisions? Those decisions could be, and in the future, and I'm sure we have all heard this use case. I have a 13-year-old kid. They have now in the mindset of having the pajama parties. Kids come together at one of the parents' house and they will spend the entire night not to sleep. That's their motto. What do I do as a parent? I will go and tell my AI, please make sure that order food for 5 kids. One of them has allergy of shellfish. One of them is actually pure vegetarian and vegan. Please do not put milk on the table. Please make sure that you are able to feed them healthy. Please lock the internet so that they are not able to see PG-13 data, because we don't want that as a parent. We are still not ready as a parent. Make sure that they sleep at the right time, but they will not sleep at the right time. So please have the munch available for them for the midnight snacking. And in the morning, before they leave home, please curate a book story giveaway pack for them so that they are able to try and read back. I will tell this information. I'm here in Kolkata, my kid is in Mumbai, and I'm sure this is getting executed. So that's the sort of platform world that we are going to be in the future. And those who will make sure that they're investing right time and curating the thought process in nurturing this ecosystem only will survive in the future. Do I have to talk about Industry 4.0? I'm sure all of you know. The first came the steam engine, second came the electricity, third came the computing, and now we are in the 4.0 era for the last several years or so, where everything is talking to everything. The great Yash Chopra's elder brother, B.R. Chopra, wrote a movie called Naya Daur. I'm sure all of you know this. It was about 1957, Dilip Kumar and Vaijayanti Mala. And that was the story about man versus machine. In a small little village where everything was being run on the horse cart, the passenger movement was done on the horse cart, the big Babu from Western world educated person came here and started the bus service. It has been, it's almost about 60, 70 years now, and we are still talking about man versus machine. The art is emulating it, the society is, the business world is emulating it. Industry 4.0 is not against the man versus machine concept. It is how can machines enable the human beings, the society, the industry, and therefore the individuals to try and become more productive, more meaningful, and try and create a sort of semblance of symmetry between our lives. That is where we are trying to move forward with respect to Industry 4.0. We've talked about in the previous slide, I did have to mention about the digital twins. And now this very interesting experience. One of my colleagues who works in Thailand is in the deep tech AI research company. He is talking about creating his grandfather as a digital twin. And he says, you know what, there is innate amount of knowledge in him. And as creepy as it is, and I'm sure Steve Jobs had talked about it in 1980s video, he said, I wish Socrates was here, and I wish I was able to talk to Socrates and try and understand from him as to what is his point of view of today's world, what he professed about few hundred years ago. Today, you will be able to create digital twin. A CEO do not have to always be on the job, can be on the vacation, and still his digital twin will be able to take a decision. The question is, are you ready to give up the control? Is it safe? Is the billion-dollar empire happy to run on this kind of a way forward? And we will have to try and find answers. Of course, I'm not going to be stupid enough to try and talk about what are the answers. We will together and collectively have to try and find out the ways and meanings for it. The tech heads, the CXOs, the leaders of the industry today sitting here in this gathering will have to therefore ask these questions as to what am I going to spend my time, energy, and money into in the future. The first one, of course, is you will have to modernize your core. No longer you will be able to service on what was yesterday's technology. The second one is we have talked about AI. If you don't go back and think about how do I convert that POC project, because 95% of our Indian industry at least is today still at the POC stage. If you don't talk about how can you convert that POC into a meaningful, tangible project which can give you the outcome, I think we will be failing in our duty today. So that's the second point. Of course, you must create a very secure environment. Cybersecurity happens to be the most important facet for it. Build a very transparent, trustworthy ecosystem of partners. This is not I win alone game. This is you and I have to come together, brainstorm, create the right path, do the checks and balances, and walk a step forward every time that we have come together. It is that kind of a game. Without an ecosystem, you may not be able to move forward. And last but not the least, you will have to look at the most important facet that we all are extremely concerned about. Businesses run at the permission of society. We are representing the human society. The previous speaker did mention about the impact of machine and the on the human being and what will be the future of human beings. My humble submission here is that, and this might be a little pompous from the humankind, the earth is not only belonging to human beings, there are multiple other species on the earth, but we have formed ourselves as the most superior species, so to say, and therefore my humble submission on this is unless we have a curated strategy for the workforce, for the people, for the most important stakeholder in our ecosystem, the human being, the customer, the partner, or the internal stakeholder, we will be failing in our duty. How do you do that? How do you do that? You will have to try and We have talked about it. You have to unlearn the old ways, you have to relearn the new ways, and you will have to try and make sure that the tomorrow's future that you are going to look at will be ready, will be safe, will be future-proof, and will be talent that is generated. I'm sure all of you either have Gen Z as a workforce that you are working with, or some of your kids are, some of your peers who will be looking at Gen Z, and we have a very bipolar view on Gen Z. On one hand, one point of view says that Gen Z are the most extraordinary folks. They are very egalitarian, they are very balanced, they try and be future forward, they don't carry the baggage of past. On the other hand, they don't come on time, they have issues about extra work to be done, they have challenges to try and interact with each other, interpersonal skills are missing. How do you try and find a way out? The way out, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who will talk about it, the way out is creating the right culture in the organization. We have not talked about this word in this symposium for the last 3 days. Culture, culture, culture. Peter Drucker had very famously said that culture will eat the strategy and the go-to-market at breakfast. The culture of the organization must be that of innovation, must be that of creating the balance, and we must be looking forward to try and take the first step forward. I'm going to end on the last joke. I again, this morning, before coming for the presentation, asked, and I did ask it to everybody. I asked ChatGPT, I asked Perplexity, I asked Microsoft Copilot, and I asked them, because they know me now, they know my profile, I asked them, will AI take my job? And they know that I'm a bit funny, bit sarcastic at times. The answer I got is, well, not unless your job is repeatedly clicking on I'm not a robot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm going to give back 26 seconds. It's been a pleasure interacting with you. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I'm sure not.
So yeah, we'll take one question. So we just have time for one question, so we'll take that one. But in case you'll have any more, I'm sure Mr. Kulkarni would take that offline.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Vidyanand Jha. We have seen AI being discussed. Are we going to be eliminated as a human being? Because decision-making process, everything will be done by AI. So we will be enjoying our holidays, how things will be for next, like password will not be there, absolute. So human will become irrelevant, or they will be enjoying and having holidays?
Thank you so much for that question, sir. I'm not going to be pompous enough to say that I have a crystal ball that I can gauge into future and I can see the future so clearly. What my guess and what my hunch is that we will not be irrelevant, that we will not be that obsolete as a clan, that we will find an innovative ways, either in form of regulation, in form of guardrails, in form of restrictions, or in form of only trying to focus on removing some of the major challenges of our human society, such as poverty, such as healthcare, such as education, but not let AI take over on our own life. And there's one point thing I feel about AI, the way we are together, and this could have been an online forum, but we still make sure that we get into that plane and we come here into this beautiful city and we interact with all of you. The human touch, the human emotion, that is something that is so eternal to us. It has been going on for thousands of years. It cannot be replaced. That's my humble submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Kulkarni. Culture must be that of innovation and balance. Thank you so much. That was a very compelling keynote. With that, may I please invite on stage Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering at ABP Private Limited, to join us and felicitate Mr. Kulkarni with a memento.
Thank you very much. Pleasure meeting you.
Yes, you can take the center stage for a picture together. Let's give a round of applause one more time. Thank you so very much, Mr. Sujit, for sharing with us the strategies, the future outlook.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, let's move forward. Thank you, Mr. Guha. With that, let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen, to another panel discussion. I'm sure that one panel discussion you and me are unanimously looking forward to. Well, as we all know that as technology continues to redefine the business landscape, CIOs are leading the charge towards smarter and more connected enterprises. So join us right now for the CIO panel discussion that will deliberate on CIO strategy for 2026-27, where our leading visionaries about to join us on stage will share insights on navigating the transformation, driving innovation, and of course, building a resilient tech ecosystems for the future. I'm sure this is one panel discussion we all are looking forward to. So first up, to spearhead this conversation, to moderate the CIO strategy panel, please put your hands together joining us. On stage is Prasenjit Sen Gupta, Group Chief Digital and Information Officer, ITC Limited. Come on, let's put our hands together. We also present to you our speakers. Put your hands together for Mr. Vivek Shankar, Chief IT Security Officer and VP Digital Technology, Max Life Insurance. A very warm welcome. Also inviting Indika De Zoisa, Vice President, Computer Society of Sri Lanka. Come on everyone, let's put our hands together. Also inviting Joydeep Roy, CIO Dubai Investments, to join us as well. A very warm welcome, sir. Looking forward to this CIO panel, and over to you, Mr. Sen Gupta.
All right, good afternoon. I think that was a funny fiasco. No harm done. So good afternoon, everybody. I think we had a very informative session just now from Sujit. And it is actually also an extremely good segue into the panel discussion that we are going to have today. Because what we find, and everywhere I believe everybody is talking about, is technology change is center of everything. We may be discussing a lot of AI in every single forum, but that is because AI has actually come into our lives. And we are unable to shake it off. Whether it is going to be in the positive sense, negative sense, it's changing every day, it is changing every month, we all have to see. But one thing is certain, that the role of technology leaders like all of us is no longer going to be the same going forward. I think over the last 10, 15 years, we have seen many technologies change. We have seen that it has got a fundamental change, it has brought a fundamental change and a shift in the way we do business. But we are also now seeing that the business models themselves are changing. And that brings us to very key questions that we all have to answer. With the speed with which technology is changing, with the speed with which the stakeholder experiences and the expectations are changing, the speed with which business models are changing, what does it mean for all of us? What does it mean for technology? What does it mean for CIOs, CDOs, CTOs, all the tech leaders? So I think we have got a very august panel today for discussing these topics. And we also have a fantastic representation from the global scenario. We have Joydeep, who is coming in from Dubai, Middle East. He is the CIO for Dubai Investments. We have Indika, who is coming in from Sri Lanka, and he is the Vice President of the Computer Society of Sri Lanka. And we have Vivek, who is representing India. He is the Chief Information Technology Security Officer and the digital technology at Axis Max Life Insurance. So directly coming down to the questions and the discussion. So Joydeep, the first one that I would like to ask you is, how do you see the role of the CIO or the CTO, CDO evolving in driving enterprise-wide digital transformation over the next couple of years?
Yeah. First, let me thank ABP for inviting me here. And Prashanjit, this is a very difficult question. There are so many CIOs in the room. CIOs have a specific job pertaining to the industry that they work in. Everybody has got his own sets of challenges. Very difficult to say, these are the three things important. There are many things which are important. But 2-3 things that really makes very vital for the CIO. The first one is business co-ownership. Most of the time, CIOs struggle to do any technology work, and business ownership is missing. And that is one of the first challenge. I think every CIO must focus on that and work on it. The second one, we always walk into a company, we are you get a new job as a CIO role and you will find an overcomplicated setup enterprise. The previous CIO, most of the time we blame him for, he has created a mess. So that landscape needs to be very simplistic, because if you don't have a simplistic landscape of your IT, very difficult to implement good solutions, right? So that is the second one. The third one that we talk about is data quality. Most of the time we face challenges on data quality. The data is very bad. In fact, I'll give you an example. In a real estate industry, a project could be $6 billion. The relationship of the customer with the company is for 15 to 20 years, because you have taken a house on a 40-60 or a 60-40 scheme. If 1% of the data of the payment and invoices goes wrong, $60 million will just vanish out of your system and you will not understand where it is gone. This is the problem. I mean, these kind of data is a nightmare for every CIO. Needs to get fixed. And not the final one, but one important one is this AI hype. I don't want to undermine it, but I think people have to be realistic on the AI hype, and the CIOs have a tough challenge to put in what is the real AI that they can bring it into the company. So for me, these 4 points, I think others can add, bit more, and a lot has been discussed in the last few days. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Joydeep. And I know on one side, I think we have got the hyperscalers who are putting in billions and billions of dollars in the AI scenario. On the other, we also have various studies which is showing that most of the business cases, use cases, are still in the POC and the pilot phases, not really seeing the light of the day. What is the truth? How do we go from, how do we make this change? Remains $1 million question, definitely. But thank you, I think all pertinent points. One thing that I liked was the first one that you were talking about, where you were saying that more and more the business ownership should come in center stage. So Vivek, just moving on to you and taking this as the point, if business ownership needs to become very important in the entire digital transformation, how do you see the role of the technology leaders transforming from becoming just becoming a tech leader to moving into more business collaboration, becoming trusted partners of the businesses? How do you see the role changing for the tech leaders?
Thank you, Prasanjit, and thank you, ABP team, for inviting me here. So as you rightly said, the role of IT or role of CIO has to be changed. Okay, because organization is now involved. They have another designation called head of infra. The person has to take care of the IT infrastructure part. And the CIO must have to change himself from an IT thinker to a business thinker. He had to change his statement, like talking about IT infrastructure, end of life statement, IT project. He has to start talking like business thing, business value. So first thing he has to learn storytelling. In spite of telling this project or this IT project, the IT initiative will take 5 CR, 6 CR, that have to take, this initiative may improve your productivity by 10%. This will improve my customer experience by 20%. This will improve your time to market. These kind of things he has to start. Okay. He has to convince the CFO also. So in spite of talking a computer language like this hardware will take 10 rupees, 100 rupees like that, he has to start talking about what is the CB we are going to, how much outcome is going to get in 5 years, how much new customers he are going to get it from doing this project, what are the customer retentions like they are going to get kind of things. So he has to take care of IT risk also. So in spite of telling the IT end of life things or compliance related things, start quantifying the compliance item to risk. If we'll do this kind of end of life mitigation project, convert to business value by doing this project, how much risk we are going to mitigate. The risk in terms of your threat risk, the risk in terms of regulatory risk. Okay. So when you talk to the business leader, the CIO has to start regular meeting with the business owner like operation head, sales head, agency head, your finance team, understand their problems and give a solution before they come to you or before they come to the CIO. That yes, my department needs this kind of environment. You do a productive analysis and suggest the project to the organizations. By doing this kind of IT projects, the entire operation matrix will improve. The time to market for any product will increase. Okay. And the last one, the IT, the CIO has to change himself from a project point of view to a product manager. Product manager means earlier what CIO does, he used to create a project with yearly benefits. Now change the mindset, in spite of giving the productivity on a yearly basis, start thinking how to deliver the outcome on a monthly basis. Take a small picture product, if by closing this kind of thing, can I improve my sustainability, my business area with some kind of percentage? Start thinking those areas. Okay. So in my view, the CIO has to think ahead of IT. For IT normal tasks, there is another designation has been created by organization. They will take care of that part. The role of CIO has been totally changed from the IT infrastructure to business-oriented things. Okay.
Thank you, Vivek. Definitely, but moving from here, Indica, and you have been associated with the government of Sri Lanka for quite a long time, and you have been associated with how technology has also been transforming individuals, organizations, countries. So what do you think are the emerging technologies that are going to be most disruptive in the industry for the world over the next 2 years? Let us say a time horizon of 2027. What do you think will be the most disruptive technologies?
Yep. First, I'd like to thank ABP for inviting me for this conference. This is my second time being in this wonderful city in Calcutta. So I think let me start with a bit of a lighter note. We have been very serious for last 2.5 days or so. So if you recall the time Sri Lanka won the World Cup 1996, which is we beat India in this same city in Calcutta, where the differentiation came in, we innovated. At that time, there were no fielders as restrictions, which is you can hit the 30 circle, which is we changed the game and we started hitting over the first 15 overs. So we played for our strength and we changed the game. Now, of course, the rules have changed. So if you relate that analogy to the modern technology, obviously AI is the buzzword. Agentic AI, machine learning, all that big words we heard in last 2.5 days. Or this is every day in and day out we are hearing this. Now, as a CIO, we heard from both the panelists, Joydeep as well as Shankar, that how the CIO role is getting changed. The key is, as the Sri Lankan cricket team, what they did in 1996, we need to figure out with what is our strength as a corporate and what need to be adapted to our corporate. So now, which is we heard from both other panelists as well, CIO role is also getting changed. We should never do a like a, what you call a overdo of things as well. Simply on a basics, earlier people were talking to people, then people start talking to things, now things will start talking to things. So this change is happening, and we heard from the previous keynote speaker about the digital economy, which is obviously we are living through that digital economy. Now the organization need to adapt. The key is that as a CIO, which is we need to identify what is required for our organization. The tools are available, technologies are available, and it will keep coming and it will keep evolving. Now, again, one of the other key factors, obviously AI is the key, and one of the things I will really insist on the security part. So this has to be really considered, and it should be part of the design. So security, unless because your dependence is becoming so high, and everything become autonomous, and everything is being, decisions are made at the AI, at the cloud, etc. Certain things are beyond human security. If somebody hacked into the system, you will lose everything. So now, while you are adapting all these technologies, we need to have a clear policy. So one of the things is, it's very important as a CIO or as a community, which is we need to work with the respective authorities as well to make sure the required regulations are also made, because adaptation of technology getting increased. So obviously AI related stuff, which is getting into cloud computing, all that, which is, I don't think I need to go into detail of those things, which is everybody is much aware. So now the key three things, which is you will have data entry or started sensing, it is connected, it is getting to cloud. So we need to make sure the right technologies has been used in all three areas, and also we need to make sure that security is covered in all the points. So obviously innovation is required. As I said, I took the example of the Sri Lanka cricket team, and you need to play to your strengths, and you need to identify the right technologies and make sure you're secure.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think security, risk, compliance really takes center stage for sure. Moving forward, Joydeep, I would like to come back to you. We are talking about a lot of new technologies. We are talking about new capabilities getting inducted in the organization. But what is your take on the skills? I mean, we definitely have many youngsters who are joining the workforce. We are also one of the younger, countries across the world. But do you think that we have got the right skills in our organization to take and lead these new technological changes forward? Or do you think that there is a gap? And what are the roles that we have to take as CIOs, CDOs to fulfill that gap and to create a skill set that is capable to lead this technological change forward?
Okay, this question, in fact, so many CIOs in this room, if I throw a question, all of you will complain about your people and your team, and you don't have the right experience. Always it will be it's a common issue with all our CIOs. Having said that, there is one or two, three aspects which are very important, right? Most of our IT teams are, support oriented. They execute, they will do a project. They will finish a job, there is a problem, they will take care of it. There is no problem in that. But now, I'll just give you a simple example. You try to implement, Salesforce was getting discussed. You try to implement a Salesforce, right? When you are implementing a Salesforce, you would need integration to your financial system. You would need an IVR to integrate to it. You would need an agentic AI to work on it. You would have a DMS to work on it. So there will be at least 8 systems which has to integrate and work. Who is the architectural thinker in this? So there is no architectural thinker generally in an organization which goes missing. So somebody will talk solutions, but then that is not what this is. Architecturally, how it will sit, what will integrate to what. These are the kind of resources that needs to come into an IT, and we cannot go and say that, okay, fine, I'll hire an architectural engineer. It doesn't work like that. You probably have to select your set of people or have an outside with the internal people and create a certain, function who will take care of this architectural thing. Then there is a second aspect, yeah. Now you have implemented a Salesforce. it is working, correct? Most of the time, CIOs take it as a project. Okay, I have done the job, it's a tick in the box, it is working. It will not work like that. You will have to take it as a product. What happens here is this Salesforce that you have implemented with 6 different technologies that is integrating to it will now evolve. People will ask for change, new technologies will come. Now you have to create somebody, a person within your function who will own this product end to end. So that then this product will flourish, it will give business its own benefits, and that's how it will move on. So this is the second most aspect, which generally CIOs in their team ignore. They mostly take it as a project. It should be a product ownership, not a project. And then there comes the third part. Third part that you have here is the, everybody talks about security, zero trust implementation. Please understand, technologies can only be bought from the market, but it can be only relevant in your scenario based on your, your ecosystem. So you have to have a proper security engineering done from your team, rather than security officer who is buying product and implementing. No. And engineering has to be done. Today you won't believe it. DevOps. We talk about DevOps. DevOps with security is one of the biggest aspects that is a challenge for the CIOs, because today anybody will do a DevOps, develop something, plant it in your production, and completely mess it up. How do you protect it? So what I am saying is the areas, these are 2-3 areas which I feel, there could be more, but these are 2-3 areas where I think all the CIOs need to focus so that, things can be done properly, things can be delivered properly to the business. Maybe it doesn't need too many people to be hired. Within your team, roles like this has to be created, like, architectural person, product owner, security engineering from the ecosystem point of view. Then probably some things will get better. So that's my point of view on the talent here.
Thank you, Jaideep. Vivek, maybe I will come back to you. I think when you were talking about the last question, you were talking about multiple outcomes, risk, compliance, time to market, all those things. So what do you think, what should be the framework or the metrics that the CIOs should be able to demonstrate to show that, there is a business value from the IT initiatives that are coming? So how do you go about that in your organization, and what are the learnings that you would like to share?
So nowadays the cost pressures is with every CIO. Okay, the shift of budgets from IT to all department heads is increasing, and the CIO has to think wisely where to invest money. So earlier the CIO take a decision, I have to invest money by doing this project, this will the outcome. Now things have been changed. Even CIO has to justify their own approved budget to the CFO where you are going to invest this money. What is the outcome? How you are going to measure the business value? So a CIO has to think about 4 pillars. What is the business outcome? What is the customer experience? In terms of risk, how you are going to measure your risk? In terms of innovation, how you are going to measure your innovations? So you have to discuss your priorities, your next year plan with the business heads. How do you going to measure your business outcome? Business outcome, how do you measure your productivity? How you measure your, reduce your churn? How you improve your resource productivity? How you improve your work-life balance? Now in this area, how do you measure that? Last year, suppose on my time to market is 4 days. Within 4 days, I have to launch a product. How you are going to reduce the time to market from 4 to 3 days? What are the minor parameters that the team has to manage, the project team has to manage? If you are measuring customer experience, how to measure your NPS, whether you are asking the right set of questions or not, whether those questions align with the marketing team or not, those questions align with the customer services head or not. This has to think on that part. Okay, when you think about the risk, when you do a discussion with the CRO or the internal audit team, you have to think about that, what are the end of life projects which will impact the regulatory. Maybe you have limited budget and you have to do or reduce your tech debt also. You will take decisions based on the outcome, based on the KRI, which are the end-of-life mitigation project will impact on regulation, will have an impact on productivity, will have impact on risk kind of things. Okay. When I do innovation, because we have to factor for the innovation part also. Innovation means you have to divide your project in some kind of way. What are the projects which are going to give us short results? Within 6 months, within quarter, or within 1 year, what are the projects which are going to improve my efficiency or reduce my overhead, like kind of things? There may be some project which may take years to give you ROI kind of things. So when we do innovation kind of projects, you have to think about your ROI also. You have to think about your improving customer experience also. You have to think about how to improve the ease of doing also. So by defining KPI, in every area you have to define a measurable KPI. In spite of writing a generating line that this will improve my customer experience, how? How do you going to measure your customer experience? Are you going to ask questions from customers? Are you going to measure your repeat customers? Are you going to measure how much time a customer takes to buy a product? Earlier, suppose a customer takes 5 minutes to buy a product, whether time has been reduced or not. Whether customer feedback on your UX design, those also have to think. Whether the page UX design has been improved or not. Whether a customer having difficulty in visibility, how do he going to buy a product? Those things you have to think about that. Those may comes under innovation kind of thing. The CIO has to now think in this way also. He has to suggest business, yes, the site you have designed may be some visibility problem. A diabetes is not able to see or buy a product due to some limitation. He is not able to understand the language. So these kind of things you have to CIO to understand. So the change of CIO from only delivering an IT project has been shifted now. He has to think like a product roadmap. How to improve the overall experience of this product. Whether the product is going to give a business value or not.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe taking a little bit of a cue from this answer itself, Indica, I just want to take it a little more higher up, maybe at a 30, 40, 50,000 feet level. And what I want to understand is, we were talking about cost savings, efficiencies, outcomes, etc. But at the end, how do you define and measure success for digital initiatives? Beyond cost savings, beyond these outcomes, when do you say that a digital transformative project has become successful? How do you define it?
Yes, I think earlier days, the success was measured on the implementation and how successful is how it is being taken to the customers, etc. Now, it's what is the contribution to your bottom line in your organization. It comes to dollars. End of the day. So digital transformation is no longer another support service. Earlier days we say, okay, sales team is the front ending, they are supposed to achieve the sales numbers. What you call a support services include HR, finance and IT. Now it's no longer. So IT has come to the forefront, which is all the tools what is required for your decision making, starting from manufacturing to sales. All the decision making is done by the digital team or the IT team right now. That becomes a core responsibility of the CIO, which is provided the intelligence. Even certain things, older days, the product forecasting is done manually. By the sales team will give you monthly sales report or daily sales report. This is fed into the manufacturing and it is taken care of. Now this becomes the job of the CIO. All data driven. So the simple answer is, end of the day, what is the impact you bring into your P&L in your organization. And earlier the IT was considered more of a cost center. It's no longer. This is an investment. Which is you invest, that is where your ROI come in. So this is fundamentally the way we work, we do business is completely changed with the way the digital is taking. So if you take an example, like even time when I was doing my masters, I took great brands like Kodak or Nokia as for my case studies, how these brands are stronger and what they are doing about it. If you look at it, those brands are bigger than my country's GDP. Nobody thought Symbian operating system will go out of the market. I thought that is the thing. But with this Android inventing and the digital camera coming in, those brands went away. So unless we keep innovating, we inventing, and digitally is blended into our day-to-day business life in our organization, it can be one of those like we can get disappeared. Another thing is data-driven decision making, obviously, has to be taken into practice, which is AI will play a huge role on the transformation altogether. So when you're blending all that, as now we are living through what you call the digital economy, which is 2030 beyond, we move into intelligent world, and we heard robots was taking over, so many things are getting in. So that again, digital will play a huge role. So again, in my view, role of the CIO will becoming much more responsible, and in most of the places it has become a more of a boardroom seat. It's no longer a discussion in a, like, your subsidiary, it's a boardroom discussion now. So criticality and importance and your sustainability of organization and how you contribute to your bottom line and transformation in dollars. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Indika, and I think that also brings us, I think the time is also over. So a big thank you to our distinguished panelists. I think we definitely had a good conversation in my mind. There are no clear answers, but I think directionally, what we definitely understand is tech is moving out of operations in a big way. I think it has already moved out of operations. It is definitely becoming the change driver for business models. And as Indika just mentioned, it is also reaching the boardrooms. So definitely the point of discussion is how are we as tech leaders taking it head on? How are we defining the change for tomorrow? What are the inputs that we are going to take back to our organizations to create our strategy not only for the next 1 or 2 years, but maybe really up to 2030 and beyond? How are the new changes, the new technologies that are coming into our day-to-day lives, whether it is in our professional area or our personal area, how are these going to take shape? How are we going to align the next generation, the future generation of employees into this entire mix? How are we going to define the change and the business successes? I think all these are areas that we will definitely have to answer. And I hope that these conversations that we are having here at INFOCOM is going to make us better prepared to deal with all these uncertainties of the next 1 or 2 years. With that, I thank everybody, and I thank INFOCOM for giving us the stage for having this great discussion. And thank you once again, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was truly a forward-looking discussion. Thank you for joining us for that segment. And with that, may I please invite on stage Mr. Shomnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, ABP Private Limited, to join us and felicitate all our panel members, our moderator with a memento. An invigorating discussion indeed on the evolving role of technology leadership in truly shaping business success for the years ahead. Thanking our moderator first up for weaving that wonderful conversation for us and bringing the best from our panel members. Some pivotal insights on the CIO strategy for 26-27. Thank you so much one more time for joining us, and let's have a group picture clicked together. And I do see some pictures being taken in the audience as well. So in case you all are posting it onto your social media handles, which I believe you all should, go ahead and tag us at INFOCOM Calcutta 2025. And if you do so, also do not forget to tag us at ABP INFOCOM. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Like I mentioned, we have a gamut of sessions, panel discussions still throughout the day, followed by a CIO panel, and of course later in the day we also have some fantastic keynote sessions too. One important panel that will talk about media and entertainment, and then of course we do have a stardom session as well, where Ms. Konkina Sen Sharma, Indian actress and filmmaker, will be joining us for that segment as well. So do not forget to be with us and make your Saturday as enriching as possible. With that, we're about to move forward to our next segment, which is a CIO panel, ladies and gentlemen. Well, get ready for an insightful deep dive into evolving world of enterprise technology, where our leaders would be joining us on stage. We'll get into an engaging discussion Together, they will be exploring some forward-looking IT strategies, empowering emerging digital ecosystems, and of course the innovations that will redefine business transformation in the years to come. I'm sure that this stage is going to witness a wonderful conversation, so stay with us, and we're about to begin in the next 30 seconds from now. Well, after having a stimulating fireside chat beginning in the day on AI in geopolitics to moving forward to talking about surviving AI, we then talked about our CISO panel, that is harnessing AI for future threat protection, to a technology keynote as well. And it's now time we begin with our next panel. We did witness some fantastic conversations on CIO strategy for 26-27 as well. But of course, what we look forward to next is our CIO panel shaping the digital blueprint for the future. And for the same, first up, to invite the moderator, I'd like to call on stage, put your hands together for Partha Sen Gupta, Senior Vice President and Head of IT Shared Services, ITC Limited. Come on, we need all your energy because after this we're going to break for lunch. But let us have some food for thought from this segment. Inviting on stage Alok Majmudar, VP Technology at Hoichoi TV. Let's put our hands together. Warm welcome. Also inviting Tathagata Datta, Director and Co-founder Zetawise Consulting Private Limited. A very warm welcome. Next up joining us is Amlan Chakrabarti, Professor and Director, AKC School of IT, University of Calcutta. A very warm welcome inviting Mukesh Mehta, CTO, CISO at Centrix Healthcare. Welcome, sir. And also inviting Rohit Shukla, Managing Director, India and SARC SolarWinds. Come on, let's put our hands together for all our speakers up on stage. A very warm welcome and over to you, Mr. Sengupta.
We are standing between lunch and so we'll have a session, we'll finish it quickly. We know all of us are hungry, so we'll start fast and we'll move fast. Yeah. So our topic is leadership, technology, transformation and strategies. With this topic, the one thing which is coming to my mind is that we have been discussing a lot for last few years is that IT is quietly was shifting from a support function. This is the last 2 years, what has happened with the disruption of AI, generative AI and all, it was doing quietly. Now with the fast pace, it is moving from a support function to a business priorities. Okay, so now we are now looked at as a business partner, and we are the guy who will be able to do and help the organization to do the digital transformation. So, okay, now that's what we have heard, we have been hearing for last 2 days. We would like to change the gear a little bit more, and we will now move beyond the buzzwords. So before we get into the speed of AI, ML, generative AI and all, we would like to go back to a first concept, first principle of anything, which is all of us like cars and all. We would love to drive fast, very high speed cars and all. What is the most important thing in a car which helps us to drive that car very fast? It is the brake. Because there is a brake in the car, we can peacefully run the car in a with great speed. Brake always helps us. With this, once we go to the brake, and with that brake, there are few components for any IT projects. What is coming to us is, the cyber resilience, data integrity, and compliance is becoming a very core element, and which is very related to the brake in terms of car. Now, my first question is to Dr. Mukesh, is that how do you bring in this brake into today's transformating and digital projects, which requires a very high speed, which requires a execution to be completed. Before it said it should complete by yesterday. People are not looking for tomorrow. People will tell that it should complete by yesterday. How do you handle with it?
I really loved your, hi, good afternoon everybody, Mukesh Mehta here. I really loved your context setting of the brake. Whether it's a brake or whether it's a wings, the bird believe on the wings, the driver believe on the brake. Okay, brakes are working, he has a full confidence in the life. And the bird doesn't believe on the tree or on the this thing, the bird believes on the wings. So similar thing is if there's a CIO and CTOs, what they are doing, they know what they are doing and they believe the good things and all those things. The new things have come up, the cyber security, the cyber resilience, the AI ML, they are the new buzzwords and the new things happening on the board, on the everything. So as a CIO, you need to have the lights on 24/7 by 365. That is non-negotiable. Last few years, last 10 years, the things have changed. We started the 10 years back live with the cloud, then multi-cloud, multi-operating cloud, now the AI ML. But everything we are working. But in the background now, the new thing is that we have to focus on the cyber securities. Everything requires securities. Last panel discussion, there was one concern raised that there's a bigger problem that there's no security for the DevOps and all those things. Yes, it's not one thing which is missing on the agenda. There are 100 items in your plate. We call it as a chappan bhog and all those things in our typical culture. We have a platter of chappan bhog, but every item, every recipe, you need to have a security behind that. So that is non-negotiable because the attackers are 10 step, 100 step ahead of you. Your one mistake, your one failure, you are out and done. So you need to be very clear on the security part. That's where the break comes into picture. You need to come everything. Whether it's AI, whether it's ML projects, whether it's your data center, whether it's your INFOSEC project, DevOps projects, telecom projects. We work on, I spent my last 25 years, 26 years on the BFSI. We work on a very high latency trading platforms. We are talking about the microseconds and the milliseconds. Now we are talking on the nanoseconds, but security still remains same. So what we plan to do is that last few years, last couple of years, I'm working on the one mantra. Use AI for security and use security for the AI. So the mantra for the leaders and all those things in the room is AI for security, security for AI. You are working on any projects, but this should be your agenda. Use AI for security and security, you need to have security for the AI. You can't have the algo trading misbehaving because of the security issues. Similarly, you can't have a large DevOps projects going live and there's some slippage on the security part. Your infrastructure, you have a large infrastructures, you have cloud securities and all those things, the cloud ops and all those things. But if security fails, you are done. Business is expecting so many things from the CIO, from the technology. Now technology is in the 360 degree of the business. But you need to have everything there. That is where the CIO jobs become very critical and all those things. People 10 years used to say that the abbreviation of CIO, the career is over. But actually now with the AI, ML and with the entire things, the CIO is reporting to almost to the board, and board is questioning directly to the CIO. So that is where this thing is come. Yes, we have serious challenges managing the securities part. There are 10, 20 challenges. You have to manage that. That is where you are in the leadership ring. You are in the leadership wing. One of the biggest challenge which I feel is the talent. So how do you manage the talent? How do you ensure that the retention of the talent and those things? There's a very unique saying in the world that 20, 30% people, CIOs and the people are searching for job. Then another saying is that most of the people who are searching for the job they are not getting the jobs. While the companies are searching for the people, they are not getting the people. And the third part, in the worst part of the talent, is that the people you have, they are not good enough to manage those products. So these are the talent you have to maintain and manage very efficiently. You gave them learning things, manage a very mandatorily or religiously or learning for every individual in your team, and that is where you will manage the things very effectively. I'll come back to you on the other things. Let other panels also have their views. If something is missing or if something I had missed, I would love to have others.
Fantastic. Because Mukesh, you come from the healthcare industry, which is compliance-heavy industry and all, and this is a fantastic perspective you have provided. Now I will change the gear. I will change the gear to, you know, that we are very accustomed with the reactive defense system. So my question is, you know, to the panel, I'll ask you, Tata, over here. Tata is part of a company which is, you know, he's the director and co-founder of Jetawise Consulting, and I know Tata for last 2 decades. So from proactive, how do I get into a reactive defense system? In a reactive defense system, it is very important that what is the break point for my infrastructure? Can I have a mechanism to identify the break point of my infrastructure? I have got, these are the top 10 security products. I bought it from A, B, C, best of the breed security companies and all. And I want to identify what is the break point for my security infrastructure. Can you identify and do such thing and you know, go ahead? And because I know that you are working with a lot of government projects and all, power sectors, defense, and working with drones and all. And I want to hear that perspective from you.
Thank you, Parthoda, for asking such a relevant question and which is very close to my heart. Before I respond to your question, I'd like to extend my thanks to ABP for giving me an opportunity to share my thought process. Yes, I think what you are asking, what would be the survival strategy in today's ever-changing scenario. So I'll go by the basic, that survival of the fittest. But how will you fit in the ever-changing scenario? So we just need to change our approach. In today's security scenario, we all are focusing more and more on visibility. How you can increase your visibility. So I think we need to change our approach from visibility to observability. When we talk about visibility through SOC and any other means, we have predefined matrices. And the data collecting points are based on all those matrices which actually follow the legacy of PDCA cycle. You plan something based on your past experiences, you collect all the data, you analyze and you develop your strategy. But if you just slightly change it from visibility to observability, then it will be a dynamic scenario. You will be more proactive, not only proactive, you will be investigative. And that follows the core rule which we all know that our defense forces, the air forces follow, that is ODA loop. You observe, you orient, then you decide and act. The key in the journey from reactive to proactive is your orientation. How you are actually synthesizing the new data in your mental map. So we all are talking about AI, agentic AI. So somewhere it needs to be mapped into your mental map, and then you will see with the dynamism, which may be a new thing, how you are adopting this and integrating. So as you have mentioned that to increase the observability, normally a digital twin sort of infrastructure helps, where you replicate the infrastructure, you try to disrupt the infrastructure with all possible latest attack and see how it is behaving under an attack scenario. That may be an enabler in this particular aspect. And in the latest conflict that India has suffered with our neighboring countries, the same approach adopted. You all are aware of what we went through, and things are evolving very fast in a journey from visibility to observability. I'm sure Rohit will add more on this as an expert in this particular area, but I think that is an approach also.
Yeah. Fantastic. You know that Tata was talking about that, can I have a digital twin of my infrastructure? What does it mean? It means that can I have a range where I can play with that range, and we'll see that on the cyber range that my product is a digital twin exists, my solution exists, I run on that twin, I play on that lab and see that where is my tipping point for breaking in my infrastructure. Fantastic point. Now I'll move back to Rohit. Rohit is Managing Director India and SAC for SolarWinds, and SolarWinds is a great company for observability, for IT observability and all, and for we have been hearing, like, you know, that when I was also kid and all, we used to play with all the network commands on the, you know, on the router and the network, etc., how to look at it. SolarWinds was a tool, and also 60 commands were there in the SolarWinds. I still remember in the, you know, in that list. So Rohit, over to you, that if you can bring in a lot of perspective over here. Yeah.
So thank you for those kind words, Parthada. Thank you for those kind words, Tata. I think in the last 2.5 days of this forum, we have essentially boiled it down to two things in terms of a CIO strategy. One part is around resilience and the other part is around innovation, right? I will focus around the resilience piece today. Now, if you were to Google what is the meaning of resilience, right, you will come across two very interesting terms. The ability to withstand and the ability to recover, okay? Withstand all the things that the business is asking of you and recover from all the challenges coming your way which are unknown. This is where, you know, products like SolarWinds comes in, because you cannot fix anything that you cannot see. So bringing visibility end to end, whether it is through your infrastructure, through your applications, databases, end user devices, you know, OT devices, as Tata spoke about, right? You have to bring visibility, you have to test it, you have to know what piece in the puzzle is not behaving properly, and you have to fix that puzzle. Something which is very popular in the CIO community and in the IT community, something known as root cause analysis, right? Identifying the root causes and fixing them is where we are focused. And I think I'm very glad to be sharing the forum with all these esteemed panelists and in this beautiful city of Calcutta. So, you know, that is my 2 cents, Parthoda, around resilience and innovation and what we can do. And thank you, Tata.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, you know, I'll move back to, moving from here, I will go into a different perspective. So our focus was on time, on budget, and you know, so on time, on budget stays. How do we, that such a rapid skill development which has come in today's world and all, how do we, you know, institutionalize the technology adoption, institutionalize the skill building as a part of our project exercise has become a challenge for today's businesses. And beyond technology skills, that how to do and what to do is that we get lot many inputs from today's, you know, the GPTs and GenAI, etc., etc. But there are 3 to 4 non-technical skills which has become very core component for everybody, every individual we take. Beyond technology, these are the 3-4 skills which is very pertinent skill for us, you know, is becoming important for us. We have Dr. Omlan Chakraborty, who is a professor of, you know, and doctorate AKC, College of IT, University of Kolkata, and he's also the president, chairman of CSI Kolkata, because you have got, you're building people, that's a building nation actually. And how do you see, what are the few skill set which you feel is very important, which is beyond technology, which you feel should get institutionalized within the people? Also, I want you to highlight one more point, is that we have got a list of, at the day one, 4 years before, you have got a list of course curriculum which is established. Every 2 years, technology is changing. And keeping a fixed course in the beginning of before 4 years and running it past through all the kids for next 4 years is becoming very difficult today. How you are handling that, if you can also bring that perspective?
Yeah, thanks Partho for this a very important question, and thanks to all of you. A very good afternoon to all, and thanks to INFOCOM for inviting me. Okay, now to the question what you have said, I will just come out with the constraints or challenges what we have. So the challenge in present skill building is that the technology is accelerating at a very high pace. So our training or skill development is linear, but technology is mostly exponential now. Second thing is that the skill is becoming obsolete. Maybe in our career we could have, we can survive with 2 or 3 skills. Maybe we learn some skill and continue for half of our career. Next learn the skill and continue the next half, which was the scenario maybe for the past 10 years. But now the skills are becoming obsolete in 2 to 3 years. And that's why the stagnation, the frustration, that means is coming both in the domain of the people who are willing to take a job, and both for the companies who are trying to get people. So I think as you rightly mentioned, so now we have to adopt a sort of a change in our policy of actually training or skill building. The policy should be, instead of training which was a student comes into a university and knows that in 4 years I will have, maybe in each semester I will have 4 papers, so so 20 to 30 papers I will study. Instead of that, I think the skill should be more on the credits, fully microcredits. Instead of a larger dimension of each of the subjects, I think the main thing is the microcredit will come up. Second is that it will be more through experience, experiential learning. Rather than getting into a class and finishing the full course in a class, it may be the professor or the trainer will actually give the orientation of the student, that what to learn and how to learn. And the next part should be done either in a sort of a experiential environment in the institute, or there should be some sort of facility with the corporates should come up to set up some sort of this type of training programs in collaboration with the industry. And the most important part what you highlighted is the value education. So data ethics, the reliability of the systems, right, in terms of ethics, in terms of biasness. This will now, it is not that, present is not that what you have done in the project or how you complete your target, whether you have complete your target as per the, as per the ethical standards, as per the value of the society. This is also very important to bring into the curriculum, right? Because technology is now very deep. Technology is getting into the personal activity. Technology is getting into the activity of a country, of an organization. So one who will be driving this technology, a student today will be driving the technology in the future, right? He or she should be aware of these things, not going to the industry itself and then slogging there. They should be incorporated at least at some form in the curriculum, the challenges, the risk, the ethical and the compliance part, right, of the various technology. Now, when we tell that what technology we should learn, and that means how should go ahead with this, I think, the process should be that fundamentals should still be there, right? As a professor, I cannot tell a student that, oh, you don't require fundamentals, you just go to the technologies what industry is trying, because whatever industry is trying has a fundamental. But I think the practice, practice is more important now. So every course, whenever I am in the, that taken into a board of study. I said that previously the fundamentals were 70% and maybe 20% was a little bit application and 10% will be some advanced, okay? Now I think we will go something like 30 to 40% is a theoretical course, okay? 30 to 40% should be based on assignments and should be based on problem solving, and 5 to 10% you just go around. You just go around and see, okay? See some of the labs in the industry, okay? See some of the very good. Okay, obviously, we know that as India is a big country, we cannot have the state-of-the-art lab in every institute, okay? But some institutes will be doing the state-of-the-art lab with government or private funding. Let's work together, okay? Let's work together. Industry, multiple academia. Let's work together. And I think here the support from the private, okay, support from the private organizations in building, at least in the city of Kolkata. Can we take a thought process that the 5 technologies which all the industry giants here are speaking, we will make 5 labs independent of what are the institutes are involved. Let us do these 5 labs and let make all the students here who are studying in this institute get a real experience. I think this type of some bold steps should be required, okay, so that the industry will get benefited, and we being the professors, we are also happy that what we are offering to the students are the best.
Fantastic, fantastic perspective.
I think I will add one line, 30 seconds, give me 30 seconds, 15 seconds. 2 things which is important in the academias and all those things. The dean or the main guy on the college should have some flexibility to change this subject, which is a fast. So right now, if you go to UGC and all those things, it takes few months, few years to change the subject. So the technology has moved out, the hackers and all those things, they are moving very fast. The second part, which is more important, what he raised, is that let's have some industry expert coming every week for a 30 minutes or a 60-minute session and guiding the students, mentoring the students for what they are doing and what is expected from them. I raised the topic that we are not getting a right talent. So mentoring these students will be critical. Sorry, I jumped in between.
No, absolutely valid point. And now we shift that we heard academia, we will go back to, again go back to industry, we'll go back to Alok, and Alok is the CIO for a high value consumer tech company which is Hoichoi. And Alok, the question is back to you that there are 3 values people are looking for any digital project. Either they're looking for customer experience, number 2, operational efficiency, number 3 is revenue generation. These are the 3 aspects, these are the 3 aspirations with which any digital project starts. And you have to manage that within your own infrastructure. Right. How do you do that with your people, with all 3 perspectives? Because it's not on time, on budget, a project which will sustain for 10 years, put some capex money, give some AMC, it will sustain that IT investment. That's over. Yeah. And question back to you for that. Yeah.
See, for us, the direct-to-consumer, applications which is born out of digital, right? So for us, it was never there. So for us, it's not a transformation, right? So for us, this is something that we have started from day 0. And because of that, probably it has also helped us to shape certain things, by design, right? For others, it might be a transformation, right? And the 3 points that you have mentioned, Parthoda, is for us is the only number 1, right? Because if you are not operationally, if you are not scaling operationally, you cannot, make your customers happy. Cannot create those kind of experiences. Because for B2C or D2C kind of a thing, experience is the only thing that actually, survives, right? Because people have a very shorter, attention period. And also, in your mobile phones, right, you have multiple apps installed. So, and it takes, fraction of a second to uninstall. So the moment you'll see that this app doesn't add any value in your daily consumption or daily life, they will, just go and remove it. So the whole point is, is faster building, right? To identify the things like Tata said, to observability. There's one of the things, helped us a lot, because before even it happens, or rather there's indication that it might convert to a bigger incident, whether it's a security or customer experience or anything, you need to check that and take a measure, before it actually happens. So, because customer won't wait, right? I mean, for us, say we did video streaming platform, right? The customer doesn't want to know what kind of scaling, what kind of, state-of-the-art technology that we run. They just want video should play when they want, right? So that is the whole thing, right? I mean, it's all about, work, create, and follow the standards, which will end of the day, which will convert into customer, happiness. That's the only thing, right?
Thank you. I think this is a fantastic conclusion by Alok, and our strategic priorities, what we have understood, are now absolutely fluid. We are in a VUCA world, and the priorities are changing daily. And with that changing priority, how do you become an agile leader is our skill that we have to top up, and we have to stay up to that. Yeah. Thank you, ABP, for organizing this event every year, and thanks everybody.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause one more time. Collectively, so much experience coming from that side of the table and truly reflecting in that discussion as well. So thank you so much. With that, may I please invite on stage Mr. Shubhamoy Chakraborty, CTO at ABP Private Limited, to join us and felicitate all our speakers with a memento. Truly a forward-looking discussion, ladies and gentlemen, on the strategies, emerging digital ecosystems, and of course, the innovations as well that will define, or I can say redefine, business transformation for the years ahead. So thank you so much for collectively bringing in such thoughtful discussions on the table, and I'm sure our audience members have been able to encapsulate some very pertinent points from that discussion. Yes, you can come together and let's get all of you clicked together in the same frame. It's time for a group picture, a photo op. Also, I do see a lot of people stepping outside the ballroom for lunch. Yes, it's time for lunch, but before that, a quick announcement that we have a lucky draw that is curated for you, that we are going to do it exactly after lunch at 2:20. So I request everyone to please join us back sharp at 2:20 in the hall. That's where we have a lucky draw curated for you. So do not forget to join us for that exciting segment as well. And post lunch, we have some very important keynote discussion, of course, followed by the media and entertainment panel. And then, of course, Ms. Konkna Sen Sharma herself will be joining us to talk about art in the age of algorithms. So do not forget to join us for that. Lucky draw happening sharp at 2:20, so do not forget to join us. Till then, have a very good time. Go ahead, network with each other. Go and have a look at the exhibition booths outside as well. Have a good time. Thank you. Thank you.
Technology forward, the world's in Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dreaming, coding, making new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dreaming, coding, making new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dreaming, coding, making new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here, the future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. future inside. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dream it, code it, make it new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025, ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, INFOCOM's here. The future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dreaming, coding, making new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here. The future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dreaming, coding, making new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 2025 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025, tech with pride. Technology forward, the world's in view. Today begins right here with you. INFOCOM rising, shining bright. INFOCOM 2025. Future ignites. Hey, Calcutta, light it up bright. INFOCOM's here. The future in sight. Technology forward, we're breaking through. Dreaming, coding, making new. From every bite to every beat, innovation's got us on our feet. AI, cloud, the vibes alive. INFOCOM 20 ideas flying, hearts collide. INFOCOM 2025,
Good afternoon, everyone. And I hope all of you had a great lunch. I can see some of my friends smiling here. They seem to be very happy, waving back at me. Great. All right, so we are going to announce that lucky winner who has won that special coupon out here. Who do you think it is? No idea. We don't have any idea who it is. But I'll tell you, the person is sitting in the third row and he's wearing 3 of my favorite colors in one shirt. The pink, white and blue shirt. Now look down at your shirt and whether you're wearing it. Pink, white and blue shirt. Is that you, sir? Is that you? You're wearing a pink, white and blue shirt. Please put up your hands. That's him. He's the winner. Please, one of our volunteers here, please give him the coupon. You are the lucky winner. You are the lucky winner. So remember we had said that your seats are actually very lucky, so you have to sit till the end today as well. So I'm back and I'm going to be announcing a lot of lucky draws because I happen to be the lucky person for you and I'll be announcing all this. All right. All right, so we go on to this session now after lunch, and it's a wonderful session, again related to education. I would like to request Mr. Biswajoy Chatterjee. He's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, and he's here to present the keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Biswajoy Chatterjee. Warm welcome to you, sir, and good afternoon. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible out there? Am I audible at the back? Thank you. Okay, so I'm Professor Dr. Biswajoy Chatterjee. I'm the Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, UEM Jaipur. And I'm representing the IEM and UEM group today. Now, I can understand it's just after the lunch and many of you might be feeling a little bit sleepy, but I'm going to talk a little bit about things which might be of some interest in the current situation. You know, the world is being ruled by artificial intelligence. It is AI which has more or less taken over the world. And I'm going to talk about that how artificial intelligence is changing the world and what are the sectors in which AI is finding its maximum uses, and how at UEM, University of Engineering and Management, we are trying to leverage those benefits of AI and how we are training our students to use those sectors of AI and make themselves relevant to the current world. So that is my topic, artificial intelligence and the University of Engineering and Management. Okay, so our university, we are focused on creation. We create, we teach, we take exams, we tell the students to appear for exams, to write exams, but the goal is to create. So, as I said that we create, what are we creating at the moment? At the moment, we are creating mostly out of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and augmented reality. These are the 3 sectors where we are mainly creating. So, if I talk about the major uses of AI, if you leave apart this part, definitely education is the part that I am in. I am in a university, but if you leave about this E part, then artificial intelligence has got the maximum uses in medical, management, and manufacturing. The 3 sectors where AI is being used mostly. All 3 being medical, manufacturing, and management. Now, if you talk about medical, it's very simple. How AI is being used mostly. You know that we are going for robotic surgeries and many other things using AI. But if you only talk about AI, the intelligence which is artificial, then the biggest usage at the moment in the medical sector is generating test reports and prescriptions. Very simple. I have gone for an USG, ultrasonography, and the doctor says that he will get the report in the evening, or maybe he will get the report tomorrow. Then the question arises that my doctor is waiting at the chamber next door, and it's very difficult for me to come back in the evening. I want my report now. It's difficult for the doctor who is doing the USG to give you the report at that very moment, because he has to write it, he or she has to write that report, which takes time. In the meantime, the other patients are waiting. So using artificial intelligence, what is being done is, AI is very quickly scanning the entire image that has been generated out of the USG and auto-generating the report that the doctor will understand and actually write himself or herself. Now, after generating this report, after analyzing the image will be analyzed by AI and the report will be generated. But once this report is generated, definitely it will have to be signed by the doctor, where there is a 2 to 3% chance of AI generating a wrong report, not the correct one. So the doctor just quickly does a match that, okay, the picture that is shown and the report that is generated, whether it matches or not. If yes, 98% cases, you get the report immediately, assigned by the doctor, and you get the report immediately. 2% case, chance of an error by AI. In that 2% case, doctor will tell you that you come back and get the report tomorrow. That is how AI is being used in the medical sector mostly nowadays, but the uses are manifold, and I'm going to come to 1 or 2 more uses very soon in my subsequent, in the slides that I'm coming to. Management is another sector where we are using AI. Management, there are many sectors where where AI can be used in management. For example, an investor wants to ask a person or asks a management graduate that I'm going to invest in this particular company in Mumbai or Delhi. Now, if I invest, how much amount should I invest and which sector should I focus the maximum? If I do so, in how many days will I get back the return? Now, over here, this question to be answered normally, maybe 5 years back, this question to be answered, a management graduate will do a complete study of things. He will go to Google, search similar companies, similar investors, where they invested, how much money they invested, at what time they got back, what return, all these things he will have to find out and give a comprehensive report which may take 1 month of time. But nowadays, with the help of AI, simple data rails, concept of data rails, what AI is doing is, within few seconds, AI is generating that your chance of return of investment within, say, 1 month or 2 months or 3 months or maybe 1 year or 3 years is this much, this percentage. So this percentage of chance of your return of investment in 3 years, this percentage of chance of your return of investment in 4 years, this whole thing in the form of a graph AI is generating nowadays. So that is what is data rails is doing. And you can understand, students, for me students are important, I being a professor, for me students are very, very important. So you can understand, one management graduate comes out of my university and another management graduate comes out of another university, and that graduate uses AI to answer in 2 minutes, and my student going out and answering it in 2 months make a huge difference. I will have to ensure that my student is able to do it in 2 minutes also. So therein lies my importance, that I will have to ensure that my students learns how to do AI, or my management graduate also knows how to learn using AI. So the next sector is manufacturing. Manufacturing has got several sectors. I'm going to come to it very soon now. In the manufacturing, the sectors, the main sector of importance is, if I go to the next slide, this one first. Sorry. Yeah. The first sector where manufacturing AI is used is predictive maintenance. Very simple. If my device is going to malfunction or my instrument is going to malfunction in the coming 15 days, then 15 days prior to it, AI should be able to tell that it is going to malfunction in coming 15 days. And you need to replace it prior to that. Predictive maintenance. That is, you maintain it, otherwise it is going to malfunction in coming 10 days, or coming 15 days, or coming 30 days, saying that. For example, assume in the future we are going to see, or we are expecting that we are going to see that an aeroplane before taking off, AI predicting that, okay, this aeroplane is functioning now, but in coming 10 days, you need to replace its wings, or maybe you need to replace its wheels, or something like that. So that is what predictive maintenance is all about. We are working on it so that AI does predictive maintenance. AI, or AI being used in assembly, or robotic arms being used in assembly, we have seen it for the last 10, 20 years now. We are now using AI being used in welding. That is AI doing welding, or robots, physical robots doing welding. These are the things we are working upon, or monitoring. All these things are being done by AI. Now I come to the next thing. We have got things like this, curb sense. We have developed things like this. For example, we have got an IIoT. IoT means intelligent, or IIoT, Internet of Things, Intelligent Internet of Things, best CO monitoring systems, provides continuous PPM accurate CO detection. For example, this device, can you quickly play the video just for a minute? So this video, it shows that simple, you installed a device like this in your system, in your factory. We have installed it in many factories now. So you can see the picture is quite shabby because it has been installed in a factory. So that picture, that device, when we install it, it actually measures the CO with real-time alerts and remote monitoring with hybrid LTE, LoRa, Wi-Fi, everything. So this is one of our products, CurbSense, which we have given to many industries or many factories. We are doing it from our UEM, for our University of Engineering and Management. We are providing it to many factories and many industries. So this is something. We are having a product like this, again, from our University of Engineering and Management, which is Asset Health Monitoring System. What it does is, it measures this 3-axis EMF, electromagnetic field, or machine acoustics, or 3-axis vibrations. All these things can be monitored, and you can get it, seeing it from anywhere in the world, sitting anywhere in the world. You can actually find out that where is the problem, where the electromagnetic field is creating a problem, where the acoustics of the machine is creating a problem, so it needs a replacement. So all these are part of predictive maintenance, as I was talking about. If a device starts malfunctioning, AI should be able to predict that in coming few days, you need to replace this system. So this is one of our products which we are selling, or we have provided to the different factories or the industries. This is Asset Health Monitoring System. I'm not going into the video, I don't have that much of time. We are having a product called ConSense, where our IoT-based system enhances the conveyor belt efficiency. Quickly, you can run the video by that time. You can run the video. Yeah. So you can see this is again a factory where we have installed our machine. And this machine, what it does is, it enhances the conveyor belt efficiency by detecting cement bag obstructions using IR and proximity or ultrasonic sensors. It finds out that where the problem is. If there is a problem, it is going to detect it and predict that you need to replace it in maybe coming 15 days or 20 days. We have got a phosphine sensor also, which actually monitors gas, or whether there is more gas in the environment, and accordingly it predicts that you need to replace the system. Again, a part of predictive maintenance. We have developed many drones. You can quickly play the 2 videos. So using drones, what we are doing is, we are monitoring a factory and finding out that where the system is having some faulty, like this is the eye of the drone, which finds out, and accordingly from our system, we are monitoring it. We are having our laptop, and we can find out that where the problem is. It indicates in our laptop, and accordingly we can change the parts. So these are some of the products that we are having from University of Engineering and Management, UEM. This is a precision robotic arm, which is engineered for automated assembly. You can play the video quickly. I don't have too much of time. Can you play it? Yeah. Okay, so this is the thing. We have got such automated precision robotic arm, which is engineered for assembly handling and industrial process optimization and other things. Offline AI, I'm coming to it. We have got an offline AI. As I was saying, users of AI in management. Here also, as I was saying, that in management, the challenge is that students, or I should train our students to use AI, even if he's a management graduate, that using AI, how the system or how the person can actually say in how many days a company can get a return on a new investment. This is something, and how we are using it. You can play this video. This is an AI sales training software we have developed, which we are using, or our students are using, and many industries are using.
I'm interested, but I have to say right off the bat, I'm pretty concerned about the price.
Could you tell me what are the specifications you're looking for?
I'm mainly after good fuel efficient, a decent safety rating, enough space for a small family. But honestly, I'm really concerned about the price. I'm trying to stick to a budget. Honestly, I'm looking to spend around $25,000. But your prices seem higher than that. Can you do better or offer some discounts?
We have one model which is around $27,000.
I saw a similar model for $5,000 less at another dealership. If similar models without those features are significantly cheaper, maybe I need to reconsider if I really need all those extras.
We'll do $23,000 and a car insurance 1 year for free.
That sounds better. $20,000.
Okay, how about I get your contacts and let's see, we'll get back to you.
Sure, that sounds good. Here's my contact info. I look forward to hearing back from you.
So you can understand, this is one of the products we are selling to. We have sold to many industries and many training sectors of different industries have taken it from us, and we are also applying it in our students, where the student or the person, the salesperson whom the company is going to train, he can use this AI and actually do or understand or learn some negotiation. That is, the AI is going to continuously force him to provide better offers, better discounts, but he will also have to convince somehow or the other. So this is a sales training software we are using, and this is our own product, our products done by our UEM students. We are using AI in education also, assistive reading, classroom face scanner. I think this is a presentation I had given last year. Very quickly, like in education, we are scanning the face of a student in a class to understand whether that student has understood a part of a teaching or not. Often what happens is, many students sitting in the class, one student does not understand and he's shy to say anything. He says that, or he feels that if I ask a question, then I will be pointed out, or maybe I will be turning out a fool. In that case, a student does not want to say anything. He just sits idle in the class. We are using AI to monitor the face or scan the face and understand whether that student is really understanding the topic or not. So that is a classroom face scanner we are using. We are using assistive reading. Assistive reading means a student having a book. And nowadays, as you know, that the students are not that good at reading books or reading from the pages of a book. They really want to see videos. We have got a mechanism by which when a student studies a page of a book, the content of the book converted, if he wears a Oculus headset, then the Oculus headset converts the contents of the book in the form of a video in front of his eyes. Very simple. He is wearing an Oculus headset, and when he turns the page of a book, the content of the book converted to a video and presented in front of his eyes. So things like that we have developed, and we are using it on our students. We have done a project for Nepal. Nepal government gave us this project to UEM, that when you go through the streets, nowadays students, when they are moving around the streets, they want to learn. They are seeing from the surroundings and want to learn. They don't really want to sit in the classroom. So what you do is you develop a Oculus headset. We have developed an Oculus headset. A student wearing it and moving in the streets, he sees all the buildings around and everything around, and a guided display to him that which building is this, what is this done for, what is being done within this building, what work that building or the offices in the building is doing. So that thing we have developed for Nepal government. So many things like this we have developed. I don't know whether I have more time, continuously I've got 4 more minutes of time. We have got usage of AI in other industries also, like packaging, handling, material transport, agriculture. All these sectors we are working a little bit. Like agriculture, we have developed our drone that we have developed. It can monitor the crop health, and it can spray fertilizers on a crop depending on the necessity. A crop which needs a fertilizer to be sprayed at a particular point of time, our drone can actually spray that fertilizer on that particular crop at that point of time. So that is something we are doing at our UEM. We are also a little bit into exploration of hazardous environment like space and underwater. We have done a little bit of underwater, like one project using AI we have done is hydrotherapy. That is an IoT-based system fitted on a human being, and that human being goes underwater. By his movement of swimming, we can find out what problems in his muscles he has got, or what problems an orthopedic doctor can actually address. So that is something we are also working on. And definitely packaging, handling, material transport. We are developing an exoskeleton. Like you know, the world is a world where it is not only the world of robots or not only the world of human beings. It is not that only human beings are going to work or only robots are going to work and all human beings are going to replace. No, it is not like that. The world, we are moving to a world where the robot and human being are going to collaborate and work. Simple, 2 things, collaborating and working. For example, you know that we order in this Blinkit or Flipkart or things like that. When we order, we see the orders are being delivered to us. You know, nowadays what is being done is, in the different factories, robots are being used to quickly get the products you have ordered. Very quickly the robots do it. But then again, the robots start malfunctioning, when the locks of the almirahs or the doors of the almirahs are not properly closed. The robots cannot actually identify which product is where because the doors of the almirahs are not closed properly. There human beings are needed to collaborate with the robot and actually guide him to do the work. So human beings and robots are going to collaborate and work. So one product we are doing is we are also developing an exoskeleton, which is again not something we have invented. It is there in the world or it is being manufactured all across the world. But in UEM also we are manufacturing an exoskeleton. Exoskeleton is a jacket sort of thing, like a jacket sort of thing which a human being can wear, and once he wears that, immediately there is some machines or something which gets attached to his hand, and that person gets enormous power and he can lift up anything with his hand. Like in a factory it is very difficult. If I have to move one object from one place to another, we cannot do that easily. We need many people to help me out. But here that exoskeleton is going to give me enough power by which I can pick up one object and take it to somewhere else and keep it. So that way exoskeleton helps. So we are developing an exoskeleton that is also a human-robot interaction. You can understand the jacket that I am wearing is actually a robot and I am a human being working. So my intelligence better than the intelligence of the robot and the power of the robot more than my power, two going together and helps doing the work. So there is something we are also manufacturing at UEM for some companies. This is a robotic dog we have developed, high mobility robotic dog. It can do autonomous exploration, inspection, and many other things. It can go to places where a human being cannot reach. Very quickly, what is a metaverse? Very simple. This is my last slide rather, but very quickly I'm going to tell you. Metaverse is something where you can see this room that we are talking in. You remember in 2020 or 2021, we were unable to gather because the problem was this COVID was going on. So what we did was, we actually did it online, did everything online. But in metaverse world, what we can do is all of us wearing an Oculus headset, sitting in our own residences. In our own residences, everybody feels like wearing that Oculus headset that we are in a room like this. When I look, I find all of you sitting in front of me. Whereas you are all actually sitting in your own residences. And you wearing the Oculus headset, you also feel like you're sitting in a position like this and you look left or look right and you find exactly the situation you are in at the moment. So that is the metaverse world. So we have developed a metaverse classroom. Can you quickly play this video just for a quick understanding? Last thing. So you can see.
Good morning. So it's so nice to see all of you out here. Right? How are you all? Good? All good. All okay. I'm also fantastic. Right. So today we'll start with a special topic on the occasion of what today we celebrate.
Okay, I'm changing it. Quick understanding. What was that? That was really like, that was really like a person. There were 4 screens you were seeing. One screen belonged to the teacher and the other screen belonged to the student. Now that is something the teacher was seeing actually wearing the Oculus headset, and the 3 screens were the things that the students were seeing wearing the Oculus headset. Teacher was feeling that he was delivering in the class, he was seeing the class, and the students were feeling they were sitting in the class. So the situation is they are actually in their own residences, but they feel that they are actually in the universe, actually in the physical world. So that is something we can use if we cannot meet. We are doing a meeting from all across the world and we cannot gather at a place, then instead of online we can use things like this, metaverse. So this is our own GenAI studio. Like definitely all of you are using maybe this Google Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever, but UEM has got its own GenAI studio also, which can be used, and anything that you are doing using ChatGPT, we are also doing, you can also do using this. And this is our AR/VR thing. I'm skipping all this. We start very young. When our first year students, we train AI models. Like for example, I don't have time, but this is a robotic nose you can do. Like you need know nowadays robots seeing and understanding something. For example, robots seeing and reading what is written over here is an easy thing at the moment for a robot. But we are also working on robot smelling and robot testing. So next year when I come over here, by that time this thing will be ready, which is 80% functional now. We are now gathering more data to make it better at work. But at the moment it is smelling. You can give it anything to smell, it can smell and say what it is, or you can give it a food. It can test and say that this is the food you have given to it. So robots reading, robots smelling, robots testing, and definitely robots having emotions. That's our next target. Robots also need to have the EQ level or the emotional quotient level that the human being has, which we talk about that robots don't have, but we are into a future where robots will have that. China has already demonstrated that a section of their robotic nurses are showing better EQ than few human nurses. So that is where we are heading to. We are heading towards a world where robots are also going to have wonderful emotional quotients. So we are targeting that. We are training our students right from the first year. You can see first year students, they are actually training AI models so that AI models can learn how to smell, how to test, and how to read, how to talk, and everything that a human being can do, and how to have emotions. So that is a small presentation from University of Engineering and Management. Thank you so much, madam. I took a little bit more time maybe. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a wonderful presentation and very, very interesting. We would like to felicitate you, and I request Mr. Subhamoy Chakravarti, CTO of AVP Private Limited, to kindly come on stage and do the honors.
Thank you, sir. Malachan.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, Mr. Biswajoy Chatterjee. Thank you very much for that interesting presentation, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Shubhamoy Chakravarti.
I go that way.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next panel discussion is very important and is also very close to my heart, because I have been in media for over 36 years. Yes, you heard that right, 36 years. I have been there as an actor, as a scriptwriter, as a voiceover artist. I still do a lot of voiceovers, and as a documentary filmmaker. So one of my documentaries went to South Africa during one of the festivals there. I'd made a documentary on tea. I'm also a producer of documentaries. So when we see media, I've also been in Hindustan Times as a journalist there. So I did a lot of stories from Northeast, and I remember I used to do stories for Hindustan Times. There were, I think, 3 pages we had to do, and it was quite an interesting way of getting the news onto paper, because how was the word Guwahati coined? Which area is known by that name and why? So I did all those stories, and I think it was fantastic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our team has got us ready while I was talking about media. And this session again is going to be chaired and moderated by a very interesting person. I've met him before, and I love to read out his profile. He is Mr. Yunus Bukhari. Just listen to what he does. He's a writer, he's an actor, he's a director, he's a founder and CEO of Art.Airy Animation and FX Unipix. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request the chairperson and moderator of this session, Mr. Yunus Bukhari, to kindly come over and take over this session. Sir.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it is post-lunch, it is a little difficult. However, I really appreciate the enthusiasm from past 3 days. Though I am from the entertainment industry, not an engineer, but it was giving me lots of information, knowledge about what is happening in the technological field. I'm remembering, one thing. हिंदी में कहता हूँ, पाने के लिए मैंने किया क्या है, खोने के लिए मैंने दिया क्या है. कल किसी और का था, आज मेरा है, कल किसी और का हो जाएगा. परिवर्तन जगत का नियम है. Change is constant. And this change has been happening right from the day when Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara has made the Srishtikarna of this Brahmanda. The stories are being told from very long, from the caves days till to the age of AI. Okay. इससे पहले हमारे entertainment में engineering नहीं था, only technology था. Okay. So we wanted to master the technology and tell very interesting stories so that we can able to connect with you. Okay. So if we see this change, the stories which are being made right from those days, it was in a fight for land, fight for women, fight for kingdom. Now, is it a fight for intelligence? Why we are here today? I have very beautiful, eminent panelists today who have achieved and accomplished one of the greatest benchmarks and milestones into the entertainment industry. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not engineers, but we want to be part of you so that we both can move ahead into the entertainment industry. Of course, the topic today is how best we can able to, dominate this engineering, okay, and what will be the future of cinema into the world of AI. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to invite one of the finest storyteller, Mr. Neeraj Phatak. Please come onto the stage, sir. He's a distinguished writer, producer, director, okay, and a gold medalist from Storytelling University, who has worked with every film personalities from Dharamji to Amitabh Bachchan to most of the people, you name it, all the legends, okay. He got many awards for a film Pardes, Divangi, Apne, Right or Wrong, Bhayaji Superhit, the first Sunny Deol's double role. Now, Inspector Avinash, first season, very successfully completed. And his next season, the season 2, is coming in the next month. Okay. So thank you very much, Neeraj, for your valuable time. So I have another distinguished guest, very interesting person, Mr. Senthil Kumar. Okay. Senthil Kumar एक ऐसा नाम है इंडस्ट्री के अंदर जो सब लोग जानते हैं. एक बात पूछूं, कटप्पा को किसने मारा? Senthil Kumar is one of the finest and the most awarded cinematographer in India who has done Bahubali, who has done RRR, who has done many films. And it is an honor that he is also the jury member of Oscars from Indian community of the cinematographers. The list is long, but we don't have much time. We will get inside into the more interesting part of the industry, because that entertainment you really required after 3 days of software knowledge. Okay. So I welcome you, Mr. Senthil. The third gentleman, Mr. Samit Shetty. He looks very young and handsome, but too much of experience in this industry. He is heading Autodesk, okay? And also my fraternity colleague from past, I know him from past more than 25 years, okay? Who has been animator, visual effects. Now he heads the technical Autodesk division. He has become an integral part. Autodesk is also an integral part of the storytelling business. Okay. We used to have another gentleman, Mr. Deepak Tijori, but due to his ligament tear, and he's not able to travel from Mumbai. Who is also an eminent speaker. Okay. So now, first of all, thank you so much for all of you taking your time. And we would like to thank INFOCOM, ABP, Kalida, brother, for giving us space in this software industry. Okay. So now, we were been listening lots of technological developments, okay, in various fields. Okay. There is lots of hallucination of AI in every field. Okay. So I think during the lunchtime we were just talking कि भाई AI सब जगह इतना हो गया है कि it has become dal roti in our life. Okay. Without that कुछ नहीं चलेगा. Okay. And the previous session when he says that it smells and it will have an emotional quotient, then that is what is required into the entertainment industry. Okay. So that is the most important connecting part. Sir, before we go into details of this technological incorporation in the storytelling business, Neeraj, you have worked with Dharamji, God bless his soul, okay, Sunny Deol, Bobby Deol, Apne, Bhaiya Ji Super Hit, lots of films. So do you think working and handling is more funny with Dharamji or Sunny Ji or Bobby Ji?
I'm lucky that I worked with these legends. Dharam ji, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि he was. I will always say he is. Because a legend like him can never go from our hearts, our mind, our existence. Dharam ji के साथ सबसे अच्छी बात ये थी, the best thing with him is that at 80-year-old, he'll have an innocence of a 20-year-old, which you don't find in 20-year-old also. So Dharam ji is one of the beautiful soul, and I was very lucky that I could work with him. And उनके साथ ऐसा experience है कि जब मैंने अपने कहानी लिखी थी, तो they were trying to get a script where all three can come. And many years they were in business, but still they couldn't find a story. So finally, I could, by the blessing of God, could crack the story. तो धर्म जी को जब पहली बार सुनाई ये कहानी, तो 15-20 minutes we all were crying, because we all know how emotional the family is. तो धर्म जी ने कहा कि तूने तो पूरा कलेजा चीर के लिख दिया नीरज, and that film became a cult because of the equation all three had. तो धर्म जी के साथ सबसे बड़ा प्लस पॉइंट है कि वो बहुत ही सिंपल से सीन को बहुत ही इमोशनल तरीके से, या कॉमिक हो तो कॉमिक तरीके से उसको ही प्रेजेंट्स. एंड सनी जी का ये है कि ही इज अ टफ एक्शन हीरो इट सीम्स, बट ही हैज द मोस्ट सॉफ्ट हार्ट. आई कॉल हिम सनी भैया. ही इज लाइक एल्डर ब्रदर. आई हैव वर्कड इन मेनी मूवीज विथ हिम. With him, he just wants to, like we are talking about AI, robot, and EQ. With Sunny, you don't plan anything. You just give him a scene, and if he understands the emotion, आपको पता ही है फिर वो पर्दा फाड़ के Sunny Deol shows his power. And Bobby, among all three of them, is most soft-hearted and very eager, very curious. He has so much to offer. And we all have seen him in the movie Animal, what a 11-minute role can do. तो बॉबी, सनी और धर्म जी तीनों का एक चीज कॉमन है. वन थिंग इज कॉमन, दैट दे आर हार्ट पीपल. एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई फील कि वॉट एवर वी कैन अचीव इन AI and robot, but in AI, in heart matters, actors will always rule. We can feed, we can put all data, but still human heart and human emotion can never replace. Any technology cannot replace.
That's good. I think, the kind of equation you share with Dharamji, so the technology is there, so probably we can recall him back with the help of AI.
Absolutely. That is the great thing technology can do, that all the, celebrities who have gone, you can bring them alive. They can be presented as young heroes. We can see lot of heroes we have not seen in our generation, like Balraj Sahani, and lot of Moti Lal and lot of other actors who this generation has not seen. We can show them in the new, using the technology.
Thank you, sir. And we will come back to you again. So my next request is Mr. Senthil Kumar. जिस तरीके से आप मुझे देखते हैं ना, मुझे लगता है कि मैं ही कटप्पा हूँ क्या आपका. Well, Sandil ji, you worked for the two big films of the country, which has made very good name into the international level also, business-wise, ethics-wise, storytelling-wise, technically. Okay. When you were capturing every movement of Bahubali and RRR, okay, how your mind was prepared to see it differently, because every shot what you have captured is amazing frame. It's a beauty by itself. तो एक क्यूरियोसिटी है मन में कि ऐसी कौन सी दवा आप खाते थे जो शॉट लेने के पहले ही सोचते थे?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a very interesting question. I was fortunate to work on two of India's biggest films, RRR, Bahubali. Three actually, Bahubali 1, Bahubali 2, and RRR. I happened to be a cinematographer of the first Indian film to win an Oscar. So it's a great feeling. The thing is like cinema is a very collaborative art, Yunus ji. It's a very collaborative art, like everyone contributes their own bit. So as a cinematographer, like I contributed my bit, and there is actually like when we started Bahubali, it's a great team which came together. Like director Rajamouli had a vision, but to support that vision, we need a producer who will believe in him. See, at that point of time, the biggest hit of Telugu cinema was one of my previous film called Magadira. So it collected only 80 crores, but the budget of Bahubali was 220 crores. So we needed the faith in each other to put in so much of money. So like, so when the producer is believing in your team and like putting in so much work, so much money and taking such a huge risk, so we have to contribute in our own way. So the best thing which happened about in Bahubali was the kind of pre-production work we did. So like every shot was thought about to a great detail, like what should be the costume, what should be the movement, what should be the, what I can say, walking style, what should be the lensing, what should be the light. So there was so much of pre-production which did. Like first when the story narration was going on, after the story narration, then we had workshop for actors in terms of acting, script reading sessions, action workshops, dance workshops. So all the things, I was a part of all the things which were happening. So by the time shooting came up, we were very sure as a team what exactly we have to capture. So since we did so much of pre-production, not only Bahubali, even in RRR we did the same thing. So we did lots of pre-visualization, then storyboarding, mock shoots and other things. So this is one of the result of giving so much of pre-production that the result is there. So like for Bahubali, we spent almost 1.5 hours doing our pre-production. For RRR, we did 1 year of pre-production. So the kind of pre-production we did, we would have actually easily made a movie out of that budget we spent on it. But like for Bahubali, we spent 5 years time, and for RRR 4 years. So 9 years of my career, I made only 3 films. But I am very, very pleased and happy with that. So that's the thing. Thank you.
I think, you're so humble, okay? Because after doing such beautiful films and plus doing one of the finest commercials, in the country. Technology, as you said, in the pre-production. So we will definitely discuss on those points again. I will come back to you into the round second. So I would just shift to Sumit. Okay. Sumit, you were part of the industry as a service provider for animation and visual effects in the country. He has done many projects. Secondly, you were a catalyst of taking the finest output from the concept to the completion. Okay. Being in a part of the entire technical methodology. Okay. So now, the progress of speed, velocity, which is there in this methodology. So what do you see the challenges in this or opportunities in this?
Yep. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Yunus ji, for having us here. Well, it's a very interesting question because you've asked me what has changed in the last 25 years in the animation visual effects industry. I still remember my first day in studio when I first joined a studio to do visual effects. First of all, 25 years back, it was difficult to convince your parents about what am I doing. If I tell them that I'm doing animation visual effects, they didn't understand. They thought I'm doing some lamination work. So they were like, what is this? I'm like, so it was difficult. I said, okay, you trust me. I'm going to the office. I came back after 2 days. And they were worried, like, ये ऐसा क्या काम है जो जा रहा है और 2 दिन के बाद घर आ रहा है. So it was that. The reason I came back after 2 days was because the technology was slow. I mean, in those days it was great, but if I look back and see the technology in those days, it was extremely slow. I still remember my boss one day said, dude, you have the best system in the entire studio. You have 1 GB RAM. And so I felt, yes, I have the best system. And now 1 GB is nothing even on your phone. Like, you have bigger than that. So we've come from that to this, which is very good. Technology can let me go home early, make me spend more time with my family. I can take care of myself, go to the gym. I can do my, for the passion, follow my passion. Whatever hobby I have, I can do that. So yes, I mean, there's a lot of progress. We'll definitely discuss about each and everything in detail. But yeah, the technology has come from there to here.
Okay, right. So, of course, I mean, the duration of rendering, and so that was also a huge part of the production system. Today it is much faster. Okay. With the help of AI, so those are the best opportunities to take care of it. Okay. Neeraj ji, as a writer, as a producer, as a director, okay, 3 in 1, talking to different departments of the film. There are many departments. Okay. So communication is very important. There are 2 creative communications. Okay. What is there in your head while you were writing, while you were producing, while you were directing? So that was one of the important tasks also, to communicate everyone so that everyone will be aligned for one mission. Okay. Right. So today, that is easy. Okay. Right, with the help of AI. Okay. AI is very good in our pre-production to visualize the entire film so that we can able to communicate to every department, every person, so that we all will be on one single line. The past was this and the present is this. So how your mind graduating to see what kind of significant sense of communication you want to do with the different departments in the future?
See, initially, पहले के टाइम में सेम स्टोरी हमें 40 बार सुनानी पड़ती थी. कम से कम 10-12 एक्टर को, को प्रोड्यूसर्स को, कॉर्पोरेट को. वो अभी तक चल रहा है, लेकिन उसमें बहुत चेंजेस आए हैं. Because every time you narrate a story, you have to again feel the story as if it is fresh. And every person who listens the story imagines the story in his own way. That can be a different thing. But now we have AI, we have previs, as Senthil said. So when we use all this pre-visualization and the look of the film, everybody is on the same page. They see, oh, this is the film director wants to make. These are the visuals. This will be the scale. These are the, this kind of costume will be there. This kind of sets will be there. तो काम बहुत आसान हो जाता है सबको communicate करने का. तो we create a 1 hour, 30 minute whatever minutes we want to communicate to all the departments. We make that 30-minute, 20-minute of presentation of the movie, which says it all. And if you want to pitch it to investors also, we want to pitch it to big corporates for big funding movie like Bahubali or RRR and now Varanasi, because they are big budget films. So whoever is putting money wants to be sure that what I'm entering to. So this has made the job little easier for a filmmaker, that this is my vision, and once breathtaking visuals we see beforehand, it is easier for us to mount the film. So I guess this has done a great job, and still I feel the future is great, because yes, the collaboration, the previous, I was listening that collaboration of AI and human together is the game changer. So I think we are in great, yug.
Okay. एक इंटरेस्टिंग इंसिडेंट बताओगे ना कि उस टाइम पे जो कम्युनिकेशन करना था, आज तो वो तो है, उसके बारे में हम नहीं बात करेंगे. वी वांटेड टू हियर समथिंग व्हिच इज इंटरेस्टिंग, कि आपने बोला था कि रेड शर्ट लेके आओ तो किसी ने दूसरा शर्ट लेके आया, देन सो दोस काइंड्स ऑफ टाइम कंज्यूमिंग इंसिडेंट्स.
सी, जैसे मैंने कहा, सबसे पहली चीज होती है स्टोरी सुनाने की. तो अब जब हम स्टोरी सुनाते हैं किसी को, तो अब से कुछ टाइम पहले तक हम गए, एक एक्टर को स्टोरी सुनाई, अब उसके बाद सेम कहानी सेम डे और मे बी नेक्स्ट डे दूसरे एक्टर को सुनानी है. तो एवरी टाइम योर एंथुजियाज्म, योर नरेशन स्टाइल, योर हार्ट हैज टू बी देयर, बट इट इज नॉट ह्यूमनली पॉसिबल, because every day, every time you go, because it is not a script you are reading, because reading script never moves the actor. He wants to look into your eyes, he wants to listen how you are visualizing. So उसमें कई बार ऐसा होता था कि अच्छी स्क्रिप्ट भी एक्टर लोगों को समझ नहीं आती अगर, तो वो बोलते हैं कि मैं सोच के बताता हूँ. But the moment now you are narrating also, you are simultaneously showing the world also. Like right now I'm working on a movie which is a jungle adventure. It's a high action kind of a jungle adventure. So when I narrate him कि this kind of a thing takes place, so he is visualizing. But when I show the visual, अगर मैं 20 मिनट का visual दिखा रहा हूँ या 10 मिनट का visual दिखा रहा हूँ, the person gets excited. He is edge of the seat. Oh my God, this kind of visual we are going to see. बोले yeah. And is it possible? Everything is possible.
Okay. Yep. We'll come back again, sir. Senthil sir, see, we have AI, we have drone technology, okay? So, we take most of the shots in the principal normal photography, okay? Now, when you are deciding which scenes and which sequences has to be done in order wise, okay? So when you line up that order, okay? For example, inside the house, okay? So in today's world or tomorrow, in the coming, say in 1 month's time, is it so easy to shoot with AI or with the drone rather than the normal, a big tripod cameras and setups?
See, the drone technology has come a long way. Like I remember shooting earlier, if I had to shoot aerial photography, I used to literally hang out of a helicopter and shoot. So that was the situation to vis-a-vis. Now you have a drone, you can sit and fly the drone. And probably if you want to shoot exteriors, you can probably use an AI for drone shots and other things, with Gemini giving in really great detailed top angle bird's eye view shots. So, but the thing is, like there is nowadays, like aerial photography shots literally is gone. I don't see people flying helicopters and shooting anymore. It is like drone has taken over in a big way. And earlier interiors, if you had to shoot in a room, so like flying a drone was a big issue here. Now you have very, very small drones which can go to any corner of the room. It can go under the table. There is something called FEP. It can go straight line. In between people it can go. So, and it has become safer also, and so many sensors are added in it. So it has become like very easy to shoot with drone and other things. In 1 month's time, I don't think any big change is going to happen in terms of shooting now to future. But I don't know, like maybe in the future, AI might be a very, very great tool to use. I don't think it will replace, but at least for some time, it will be going to be a very great collaborative, what I can say, partner who will help you make great shots, like either in pre-production stages or even in finished product also. Like probably you can expect us to use AI and do lots of things. I'm doing lots of experimenting using AI and all. Sometimes it gives lots of unbelievable shots in terms of composition, in terms of colors and other things. So it's, as Sir told, it's a great way to use in pre-production stages as of now. But yeah, very soon probably we might use some shots even in the film directly, which is generated by AI. So it is definitely going to be a great tool for filmmakers, and it is becoming very democratized. So earlier technology was, or what I can say, technology was with very few people who had the money to make big budget films. Now even someone sitting at home having a great idea can make a great film using AI. So probably the future of cinema is very bright with AI. That's what I think.
Yeah. So one more thing which was just coming to my mind, okay, not personal, okay. There is a threat that AI is eliminating lots of people. Because AI is filling that gap. There was a gap in every department. So the technology is filling that gap. So if AI is a future, then what will be the usage of camera? Is it a threat that it will eliminate?
As of now, I don't see any threat, but maybe in the future, yeah, possibly like we'll see a different way of making films. So probably like as a cinematographer, I'll be, instead of shooting with cameras, I'll be probably sitting with AI engineer or like someone and deciding what kind of an angle, what kind of a shot. Possible, quite possible. I don't know, but maybe that future is, I think it is very close. It will be, cinema will exist, sir. Cinema will exist because people will want to experience, go to cinema, shared experiences with people is something definitely going to be there. The screens are becoming bigger and all. And even like people who don't have big budget, they will make small films, very emotional dramas, which the reach will be very global with the streaming platforms. But at the end of the day, people will want to watch true emotions, honest performances, and what I can say, a unique perspective, which I think with the collaboration of AI is quite possible. And as I told, future I don't know, but it is very likely that as you told, jobs will be replaced, but at the same time new jobs will be created, which probably we don't know as of now. Probably new jobs will be created in every field as AI is taking over. So it is always better to start as soon as possible and get used to how you are going to use AI in your field. So that is for you to be future ready. So as of now, it is definitely going to change the way we are going to make films. So I don't know whether in the future we'll be shooting with camera or no, because the kind of quality of frames we are getting with AI is improving on a day-to-day basis. Earlier the change used to happen in a month's time. Now it is happening in a everyday basis. One day Nano Banana launches something, one day Gemini launches something, like one day OpenAI launches something, or like Grok launches something, some Chinese company launches something. So every day there is a lot of improvement which is happening. And as you told, we will definitely, lots of new jobs will be created and old jobs will probably be replaced with AI. That is definitely possible, and we will see a new way of making films.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. See, there is a tremendous usage of AI. It is like hallucination in every field. Samit, everyone is talking about emerging technologies. As a result, again the same thing, that there is a huge community of animators, visual effects artists, and supporting systems. Okay. Supporting systems of the hardware and the software also. Okay. So do you think that excessive dependency onto these emerging technologies will create a certain kind of, what do you call, a fear factor in every part of the segment in the entertainment industry?
Well, when AI was new, people started playing with it and started posting, see what I have done, or using AI on social media. And it became popular, people started watching it, and people thought, wow, you can do everything using AI. I'm talking about the visual effects and animation side, not about the other industries. It's very good to play with for short formats, but it is still not completely ready for longer formats. Because there is a lot of issues, we all know, that the face consistency, character face consistency is and was not there. The pipeline is not yet set for a long format workflow and things like that. But it's changing every day. Earlier we used to say that the new technology will come after 5 years. Now it's, I think, 5 days. Things are so fast in AI. If it falls into the right hands, then we can see amazing output, be it AI, be it human intelligence, whatever. But if you want to create disruption, it is capable of, because AI is just going to obey orders from humans. What do you want? I'm going to give it to you. Now, how do you do it? How do you use it is very important. AI in visual effects, we thought is not happening, but it is happening. Like, it's been used in a lot of smaller portions of the entire film workflow. And it's been successful. De-aging, for example, for people who are not from the industry, de-aging is when you want to make an actor look very old, or when you want to make an old actor look very young. Used to be a very tedious process in the earlier days. You used to make a CG head, then make it photorealistic, then track it with the actor's head, and then when they act or say dialogues, it used to be very artificial. So after months of work, you still would feel this looks CG. But now, if an actor is old, we request the actor that please give us lots and lots of your young pictures, young photos in all different directions. If not, we can remove it from the old archives, from your old pictures. You don't have to, you just give us approval. We will use them, because we have tons and tons of those actors' materials already available. And you can de-age very easily. It tracks it properly, it gives you the expressions, it does everything. Like how Neeraj sir said, there has been incidents in the past and now also that the main character dies in real, and then half of the film is still pending. Then what do we do? Earlier they followed the CG way, but now it's the AI way, which makes it much more easier and faster. So the film is survived and things like that, which is using the AI in the right way, using AI in the right hands. I can tell you one incident. This is my own incident. We just discussed. I also do a podcast on animation visual effects industry, which is very core to our industry, and I call everyone associated with the visual effects circle. One day I did a podcast on one very big studio in Bangalore, very big person, and after the podcast, we all packed up, we left, and the next day there was less space on my laptop, and I thought of clearing some space, and unfortunately I deleted the recording, the audio recording of the podcast which I did one day before, and it was shift delete. So we all know what happens after shift delete, right? And that I realized after 4 days. So I can't even recover it back. I couldn't sleep for 5 days because I lost the audio. I can't call him back and give an excuse saying, sorry sir, I deleted your audio, which was shameful. And I was like, so after a lot of thoughts, I remembered that the camera which was recording also recorded the audio. Of course, the camera audio is not as great as the microphone audio, but at least I had the audio. So me and my editor sat and decided what to do. We heard it, it was like a telephonic audio, not usable at all. But then AI came to our rescue. We processed it using AI, and trust me, when we released the podcast, the feedback which came from that person and his entire team was like, lovely quality. What visuals, what sound quality, amazing. So we were like, thank you, that's it. So at many times it also can save your life, which I think 3-4 years ago I would have lost everything and I had to request him to do this once again, but at least today it came for my rescue.
Yeah, true. I remember we did a film called Maidan. Okay. मैदान के अंदर फुटबॉल का वो फिल्म था. उसके अंदर एक प्लेयर थे जिन्होंने हमने 2019 में बहुत बड़ा सेट मुकेश मिल में we spent almost all around 4.5 crore rupees to create that Hyderabad gully. Then we shot completely. Pandemic के अंदर so वो लड़के ने suicide कर लिया. Okay. So post pandemic it was biggest challenge कि भाई how to reshoot that, because that is not possible. Whatever you capture, you capture. So there were the possible options was VFX. Okay. So when we approached the studio, so the studio told us another 3 crore rupees to do that sequence, 1 minute sequence. Okay. Right. So then I did that in visual effects. Okay, in a very less minimal cost, but that was very tedious. But the same thing we experimented, okay, and it just happened like this. Yeah? So no much money, no much time. So I think the past experiences and the current development of the technology, okay, there is a super relationship between them, okay, which we are seeing right from the day one. Okay, I think we all have grown with the technology in the industry, okay, with different, entire modules, okay, hardware and software also, okay. So, in this, see, back to you, Samit, okay, what is the NVIDIA company, Autodesk, okay, then there are so many software companies, okay, involved, okay. What is their progressive mind is seeing what will be the future for them? Before I ask your answer, we have very big innovators here, visionaries here, who have achieved very good in the software industry, okay. Correct me in case if I'm wrong. India was doing fantastically good in the software industry as far as the service is concerned. 60-70% was service providing. We might be also a chip designer, okay, but we were not the manufacturer of the chip, the semiconductors which has been started now. Hardware, most of the hardware used to come from China or that side of the globe. Software, west side. Okay. So, what is that we have? Same question to our entertainment industry. There are so many tools available in the market. And we are sharing our entire thought process into that particular tool where we cannot have control on our IPR. My question to you all, especially to the eminent audience here, when we are not owning the hardware and the software, do you think essentially we are building the house on a rented land? What we are doing? So, as an NVIDIA and Autodesk, what is that thought process which entertainment industry, I'm not qualified for the software industry, but yes, for the entertainment industry, because I'm also part of evolution of the technology time to time. Okay. We were the first people to bring virtual production facility in the country, okay, in Mumbai. Okay. So, in the AI platforms, just tell me anything from Autodesk or from NVIDIA, okay, which is coming where we can able to have a security system for our IPRs.
All right, so Autodesk is a technology company, and similar to Autodesk, there are a lot of big technology companies who are bringing AI into their softwares. Now, our responsibility, companies like Autodesk, is to empower the artist, to create tools which will empower their skills. We don't want to disrupt everything. Like if you see, there are a lot of AI tools which you see it in online. You take a picture of them and you click a button, it starts dancing. It's fun, but it's also insulting. It's also not very accepted. People who would like to enjoy, it's fine. We don't want to do such kind of things. All the reputed companies would create tools which will help the artist empower their skills and upgrade them to a level where tedious tasks which used to take about a couple of hours to do or days will be done faster, so that the projects can be completed earlier. We all know that animation film, how many of you have seen movies like Toy Story and Shrek and things like that? A lot, right? So those movies to create used to take 2.5 years, one movie at least. But now the same thing can be done in 8 to 8.5 to 9 months, which is a huge difference. Why? Again, as I said, it's because of the growth of technology. Animation, like cartoon animation, from when it became from 2D to 3D, all those Toy Story things, artist has animated them manually using keyframes. I'll come back to the present. The same Bangalore studio which I spoke about, till date, they used to do keyframing animation, and they were able to, they had some 200, 300 people in the studio. They are able to produce only 1 minute of animation per day. 1 minute. Imagine our movies are 90 minutes. And this excludes rendering and other process, only the animation. 1 minute per day. Now, Autodesk has a AI-based motion capture software, which does not need big motion capture suits, it does not need motion capture cameras and things like that. You just give your video of dancing or acting or whatever. The AI will capture the motion from your video and paste it to the CG character which you want. So animators can act themselves and record their own actions and transfer that actions to the character which is used in the film, which reduces a lot of time and money. So now that same studio implemented the AI based motion capture using video, and today they are able to produce 4 minutes of animation per day. So imagine the difference. And now this is helping them, because we've heard from everyone that budgets are coming down, including our industry. Like, we don't have that much budget which we used to have earlier. But they want the same quality. They want lesser time. Like, we don't have 2 years, finish it in 6 months. Now, how is somebody who is able to produce only 1 minute of animation per day going to survive? They need to add more people, which means more cost. So this is something which will help the studios, because we've seen a lot of studios shutting down because they were not able to deliver on time and the expense was too much. But maybe because of AI and such tools, I'll just give one example. There are so many examples which companies like Autodesk, Adobe and all the other companies are implementing in their softwares, which will help the artist in creating manual work much more faster, which eventually keep the same pipeline.
See, speed is one thing which is tremendously taken a strong steep in every department. Okay. Neeraj sir, when we are having the issues of development of the pipeline, a proprietary software where we should have a control of our IPR. Okay. In the similar way, that is the technical side of it. In the creative part of it, there is a huge content. India is producing 2,400 films in 26 different languages, a huge content. Plus, YouTube is one of the highest content provider from India, okay, right? When you have so much of content available, okay, what is that challenge comes to your mind, that how you can bring the audience to the theater and what that will be the content?
See, as Senthil said before, cinema will always live. Reason, from ages, great stories always hold our attention. हमारी दादी माँ सुनाती थी, उनकी दादी माँ सुनाती थी, उनकी दादी माँ सुनाती थी. So we have grown, listening to the stories. We want to see them alive. So I personally feel that anything which captivates my heart, my culture, my emotion, and the celebration of life, all these things combined, and the grandeur, the scale. Now, for theatre, because now I have social media, half of the time, yesterday only I was watching my own screen time, I saw 6 hours. Now, in 24 hours, if I'm using 6 hours of social media, my work is getting, less, but yes, I'm getting entertained. So if I'm watching on OTT, I'm watching on mobile or anything, for OTT also it has become a very big challenge, because initially when COVID came, we were at homes, so OTT, boomed. Now, OTT also is struggling, because not all the shows people are watching, and in movies also people are struggling. So I guess if a story, I'll give you an example of a Gujarati film, which I've just made in 50 lakhs, and yesterday it collected 100 crores worldwide. The movie's name is Lalo. It is based on a faith in Krishna. And a simple character who is a rickshaw driver, he is drunkard, he has debt on his place, but he is believer in Krishna. And he is caught while stealing from a farmhouse. And the farmhouse has this current wala pura door, so he can't come out. And the Krishna in a form of a human comes outside. And it is just a conversation between them and how he comes out. It is such a beautiful film made in 50 lakhs. And 100 crore it has collected for regional Gujarati picture first time. So what it says, that you just need a story which connects you. Use AI, use Senthil's kind of great, cinematography, or use a simple emotional film. Anything will work. Only the human mind or human heart is craving for that connection. We need to connect, we need to communicate with them. This is the film, come, see it. So magic happens.
Okay, that is good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj ji. Senthil sir, again the same thing. Okay. You are also part of this new technology which you have done lots of AI experiments and shots and everything. Okay. Today what is important is that technology is accessible to everyone. Okay. What is important is that how best is going to be immersive entertainment. For that, what will be the time, cost, and quality required to get into this immersive entertainment?
See, like as I told earlier, big budget films is not an issue, because if you make really big budget visual wonders, people are going to be like, it's like going to a cricket stadium and watching a World Cup finals. People will always go there even if you can see it live on TV at home. It's an experience. Films will always be there. The technology is useful when you have limited budget and wants to do. Like there is now, you have entertainment on your phone, mobile. There's something called verticals now. That's a 1 minute film, it's a $1 billion industry now. Billions of dollars industry. It's like, they're like 1 minute series which is being made. So then there is, you watch film on Oculus. Then there is something called Meta has launched its glasses. Now you can watch your movie wearing a glasses, sleeping. So entertainment is everywhere. Like everyone is fighting for eyeballs. So like as I told earlier, it is being democratized. Now you can choose whatever kind of films you want to make, you can make. So that is actually a great future for people who are into entertainment industry, because you have lots of opportunities to make. If you have really good budget and a great team, make a big budget film. If you don't have, you are only have one AI, one computer at home, and you have a supply to AI, you have access to AI, you make an AI film. So the future is great for films, and I only think AI is going to be a very, very supportive partner for your future endeavors, whatever you do. So, as I again told earlier, it is going to change the way we make films. So, but films will exist. We don't need to worry. People always want to get entertained. And as a human race, we started by listening to stories. Hunter-gatherers से लेके अभी तक कहानियाँ सुनते आ रहे हैं. So, जब तक इंसान रहेगा, कहानी सुनते रहेंगे. So, I am so proud to be a part of the filmmaking process when so much of technological development is happening, right from negative se leke digital se leke AI. So I am fortunate to be in this thing, and I am very sure that the future of cinema is bright, and whether you want to watch in theater or want to watch in mobile, it is your choice.
Thank you. Of course, there is always long discussion, but due to time, so we will thank you everyone for listening to us, and thank you Neeraj-ji, Senthil-ji and Sameer-ji. This is not just a discussion, it is the initiation that everyone is a storyteller. What is that we are going to teach to our coming generation? What is that we are going to educate them in the prescribed format of whatever we do? So there are lots of challenges, there are lots of opportunities, okay? AI might eliminate, but AI might also give them the opportunity. So thank you so much being so kind and so patientful. Thank you once again. Thank you for the entire management.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Group, to kindly come forward and felicitate the moderator, the chairperson, and our speakers here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Yunus Bukhari, for that wonderful session. I know this is a very timely session that about media and how it's going to survive during AI, much needed. Thank you, Mr. Sumit Bhaskar Shetty, Mr. K.K. Senthil Kumar, Mr. Neeraj Pathak, and our chairperson and our speaker, Mr. Yunus Bukhari. Thank you very much, sir. A quick photograph for posterity. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like you to take your seats in the auditorium. And thank you, Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee.
Thank you. Can I remove this?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful session now. But before we move on to the stardom session, all of you are here, I can see that. We will have a speech on women empowerment by a lady who, after I'd read her profile, I have great respect and regards for her. And the kind of work she has been doing is worth a standing ovation and much more. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Professor Manashi Roy Chaudhary. She serves as the co-chairperson of Techno India Group and co-chancellor of Techno India University, while founding the Techno India Group public schools network of 18 institutions across West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh to deliver accessible quality education. Her initiatives champion holistic growth, including Monashij for mental health, Techno Olympica Nights for sports, Laboino for women's empowerment, Human Library for empathy building, and the Sustainable Durga Idol project blending tradition with eco-innovation. She also mentors via the Bengal Business Council Association of Private Universities and BCCI and I Women's Forum, supporting ventures like the ecotourism resort Jhore Jole Jongole. Under her leadership, Techno India Group Public Schools earned the Best Chain of Schools Award in Eastern India from ASSOCHAM for 3 years running. Professor Roy Chaudhary has received accolades such as the Mother Teresa International Award, Atmanirbhar Bharat Award, Shripreneur Award, Tagore Sanman, Siksha Sanman, Shakti Sanman, and the 2025 Sister Nivedita Sanman in education, underscoring her visionary impact on education, sustainability, and women's leadership. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And I would like to request you to kindly come on stage and do the honors of speaking to the August gathering here today. And a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor Manashi Roy Chaudhary. Warm welcome, ma'am.
A very good morning, good afternoon, rather good evening for the August gathering in the auditorium. It's a pleasure being here today amongst this remarkable gathering of distinguished guests, industry pioneers, innovators, trailblazers, and thought leaders. It is an honor to be here today. And the 24th edition of INFOCOM, an initiative that has year after year inspired conversations on transformation, leadership, and the future of our world. A special thank you to Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO ABP Private Limited. Today, as we reflect on women empowerment, yes, the topic is quite different from what it is on the screen. Technology, future forward. Technology has its future, its past. Women empowerment is always there. It has no future, no past. It is always a present. Rabindranath Tagore once wrote, "Faith is the bird that feels the light and sings when the dawn is still dark." Women across generations have embodied this faith, choosing hope even in silence, choosing courage even in uncertainty, and choosing leadership even when the world was not prepared to recognize it. Empowerment is not about a single success story. It is about building ecosystems where every woman can rise without hesitation, without apology, and without waiting for permission. We are 3 sisters. I remember my grandma was so worried with my father. his family. But my father built up, groomed us as boys in the family. Be it sports, be it driving, be it taking decisions, be it education. Women are in no means different from men. I have started these two programs, one, as they were mentioning, about human library. It's speaking to a person, it's more than an interview, where you talk about unheard stories. I had Mrs. Arundhati Bhattacharya, I had Mrs. Hamidi, and they spoke about their determination. They spoke about their journey, which was full of struggles. So when we speak about the award winners, as we do in the Labuno program, where we have from business, from education, from science and research, sports or medicine, we see the lady there on the stage. One day gets an award, applause. Are we aware of the journey which she has gone through to establish herself in a group of men, to make herself being heard, to believe in herself and let the other girls or ladies in the hall believe that they can also do it? A very immediate example is the Indian cricket team. Every girl was from the village sectors. Everyone tried hard but failed. But then the Australia team. And everything changed. They just proved that it's not the Indian team, but the Indian women's team, the cricket team, and showed the world that they could do it. Thank you. There was a session just last year, I remember, where there were 11 speakers from the business world of Bengal. I was invited. Seeing the name of the speakers, very sorry to say, everyone renowned, good businessmen, but remember, men. There were no participation of women, and I denied to go to that program. Because such a program proves that Bengal does not have any women business leaders, which is a lie. And then the team understood that the representation of at least one or two should be there to prove that we are equal. Why only men? We are having, I think, the next session. It's from the film scenario. I don't know how many have seen the movie English Winglish, Gunjan Saxena. She wanted to fly the plane like her brother, but her parents did not want to. Her brother did not want to. So she had to fight out for herself. Can't people believe that we can do it? In English Winglish, when ultimately the heroine Sridevi spoke in English, her husband was saying, "Usko nahi malum hai, hum bol denge." Why so? Let her try. And when the whole team of people in that wedding ceremony were applauding and clapping for this lady, she proved, in spite of being in the kitchen for years, if she was helped to learn the language of English, which she ultimately did in 6 months, she was a speaker who could make the people in that ceremony applaud for her. So, in just few lines, I want to say, women, believe in yourself. You need to be heard. And when we say, what will the other people feel? Speak up. It is clarity. It is not arrogance. Speak up. Say the truth. Tell and make the people that you can also do it. Yes, equally, if not better. If a woman gets a chance, she will be able to show the public that yes, we all are equal. So let us start with inclusivity. Let us start with equality. And I think here, as a woman, praying for every lady, every woman in this auditorium, let us be side by side, helping the other woman. It will not pull you down. You will help them to grow. You will also get that confidence. Teach the ladies to confidently go ahead and teach the men to believe in the confidence of the women. Thank you so, so much for giving me this opportunity to speak before y'all, a topic which is very different from technology, but women empowerment, the topic from Rani of Jhansi to Indira Gandhi will go on. And we will prove that we can be equal, we can do it equally well. It's a privilege for me to read out a few lines about the lady who's going to be on the stage from films, from media, Konkona Sen Sharma. Acclaimed actress and filmmaker, Konkona is a master of complex, non-formalic roles in Bengali and Hindi independent films. She's the daughter of Apurna Sen. National Film Award was received as the Best Actress for Mr. and Mrs. Iyer and the Best Supporting Actress for Omkara. Filmfare Awards as Supporting Actress and Directorial Debut, A Death in the Gunj 2017, winning the Filmfare Best Debut Director Award. Recent directing, critically acclaimed segment in Lust Stories 2, must-watch films are from her list, Omkara, Life in a Metro, Talwar, Lipstick Under My Burqa, Gili Pucci, a true artist who excels both on screen and behind the camera. Thank you so much, INFOCOM, for giving me this opportunity. Had an opportunity to meet her mom, give the delete from Techno India University in the convocation, but it's a pleasure that I'll be hearing her, meeting her for the first time in the INFOCOM platform. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that very, very powerful speech. I request you to kindly take your seat, ma'am. Thank you. Professor Manshi Roy Chaudhary, that was indeed a powerful, powerful speech. It has impacted me by the way you spoke about women empowerment. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stardom session, and this is titled Art in the Age of Algorithm, Konkona Sen Sharma on Storytelling, Technology and Trust. And this is powered by Techno India Group. I would like to take this privilege to welcome the moderator for the session, Usoshi Sengupta, who is an Indian actress and model herself. May I request her to kindly come on stage, please? Here she is. A warm welcome to the beautiful Usoshi.